Good numbing, and welcome back to session 2 of our Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc revisit. Last time we did the whole of the prologue and case 1, and we got to re-evaluate and re-study the beauty that is this original title. We lost 3 Dehya members. Well, one of them became Dehya because of a story in the next game, but Leon is Leon, I guess, as well. So we lost Sayaka, all right. we lost Sayaka, and we're now bluntly learning the truth of how this will really be as we step into chapter 2. It's gone. She really is gone. It's almost like there was never anything there to begin with. Every last sign of Sayaka's existence has disappeared without a trace. It's just like he said. After the class trial, before we took the elevator back up, Monokuma told us.
Oh, I almost forgot. Since the class trial is over, I'll go ahead and dispose of all the corpses.
What are you gonna do?
It's okay, no need to thank me. Just seeing your delighted smiling faces is thanks enough for me. After all, nobody wants to be looking at a rotting corpse every day. That can't be good for your health.
I have to work up to that level of craziness that I did with Monokuma yesterday. my voice is still waking up. I don't want to ruin it again right at the start of the stream. I've got to build up to it. I didn't even have time to mourn Sayaka and Junko's deaths. So that's exactly why he did it. It's a bad joke, a sickening dream. But I have to accept the reality of it all. I headed back to the dining hall to meet up with the others. Sorry I'm late.
So,
Hey, are you okay, Makoto?
Listen to me!
You sure took your sweet time. I was just about to go and get you and drag you back here. Sorry. So what happened? Was your room fixed up like he said? I imagine it'd be pretty hard to sleep with a rotting corpse in your bathroom.
Hey, come on.
Jesus, that's fucked up, man. Why would you say something like that? My room was spotless. There wasn't anything left. Like the whole thing never happened.
I see.
It must be tough staying there, knowing what happened. Why don't you just stay in Sayaka's room?
Well, staying there with her scent still hanging in the air, that would hurt just as much. Plus, I decided that I can't turn away from her death. Makoto, hey, cheer up. Getting depressed isn't going to help anything, right? If we all work together, I'm sure we'll find a way out of here.
You got it.
So everyone just try and cheer up and get back on track.
Is that honestly supposed to make us feel better?
Huh?
We are already working together, and yet someone was still murdered. Anyone could betray us at this point.
Now that it's happened once, it's a question of when, not if, the next one takes place. Yeah, because Sayaka made the first move.
Well,
But if we work together against the mastermind, no one will have a reason to do something like that.
Stop talking.
Keep telling yourself that. I'll be over here in the real world. Working together, fighting a common enemy? Like it or not, it's not that simple. What do you mean?
are you okay
The
with
mastermind seems to have had much more be much more powerful than we ever suspected. They took over Hope's Peak, which was supposed to be well defended, then modified it to fit their desire. They created Monokuma, which seems to be incredibly advanced, and they're providing for our every need. And the cherry on top is the execution we witnessed.
this? Honestly.
Everything has been planned down to the last excruciating detail. This is not the work of your everyday psychopath. Defying them may be too great of a risk.
So then.
Then what are we supposed to do?
Anyone who truly does want to escape will just have to follow the rules. In which case, the only option is to deceive those around you and win the game.
No.
No.
What?
No what? I don't
I
want to
can't
live.
take
If it
it.
means killing someone else to do it, I don't want to kill anyone else.
Huh?
Anyone else? What do you mean?
It's because
Leon died because you all voted for him, right? So different from us killing him ourselves. But
So,
if we hadn't voted for him, then we all would have died instead, right? Isn't that what you wanted? That isn't what you wanted, is it?
so it would seem.
She's right. If you heap that kind of blame on yourself, you'll turn into a full-fledged masochist.
Chihiro, listen. You're not to blame. Not you, not Leon, nor Sayaka. The Mastermind is responsible for everything that happened. We had no choice but to vote. I can't even imagine what would have happened to us if we'd refused. And in the end, it was Monokuma who ultimately killed Leon. So don't waste your anger on yourself. Instead, direct it at that Mastermind.
As such, soon the doors to the dining hall will be... Oh, it was totally obvious before that you were trying to make
shut the fuck up,
feel
Monokuma.
better and justify what you did. See you, don't see you, see you. That's about how much I can see you, even when you try to hide. Now pay attention and remember this well. The burden of judging others is a heavy one to bear. So be well aware of your actions. Order and stability rely on the sacrifice and responsibility of everyone. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Oh, I should mention at the start of the stream, if there's a bit more buzzing, like from this good old mic, it's because I've turned it up a little bit, just to try and like balance it out a little bit. I know it's not the best, but, and it's in my pinned and in the title, but it's worth saying, I am getting a new mic. It's ordered, it's on its way. I've said like in a couple streams ago, it's like before the end of February, but I knew in my mind it probably wouldn't take that long. It was just, that was like an absolute limit. Well, I finally pulled the trigger and ordered one yesterday, and it's arriving. It's supposed to be Thursday, so it will probably be in use Friday, since I start streaming so early every day. But then after that, it should be cleaner and a lot smoother sailing, or so I hope. What was that just now? Is he saying it's our fault what happened? It's pretty cruel, man.
Don't fuck with me.
That piece of shit. Who does he think he is? And so the day drew to a close. A tense, maddening day that saw the deaths of 3 classmates, Sayaka, Junko, and Leon. But this is just the beginning. Our despair had only just begun. The Boy's Life of Despair, Chapter 2. Also, I like the book that the hero's got. On one side, it was Taka, and on the other, it was Celeste. I got the next day, the Monokuma's normal morning announcement. He got us to the gym. What's he going to do with us this time? We were practically frozen with fear, but Monokuma was determined to get us involved in his little game. And with that in mind, he began it.
Okay, lift your arms up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3,
Taka.
4.
Now reach way up and bend way down. Tighten those muscles. Let's add a little strength, a little speed to those young bodies of yours.
Ugh.
Doesn't that just feel great? Being stuck inside like this, you gotta make sure to stay healthy.
You're the one keeping us stuck inside.
Don't sweat the small stuff, that's my motto. Whoa, I sounded pretty cool just now, don't you think? Did you fall in love with me? Am I to die for? Am I just to die in writhing agony for? So why did you call us here? Certainly it wasn't just to make us exercise. Just to make you exercise? Just to make you exercise? If exercise makes you laugh, exercise will make you cry. Now, if you keep doing these exercises, you will uncover the secrets of the Assassin's Fist. Passed down from generation to generation in the Empire of Darkness, the power can be yours. That sounds like the kind of junk a middle schooler would come up with. It doesn't matter. Just get to the point. Did you really... Oh, that's Makoto speaking. Whoops. Makoto found his evil gremlin. Doesn't matter. Just get to the point. Did you really cool us down in just the exercise?
Hey,
Of course not. You think I have that kind of free time on my hands?
Okay, so then...
I'd like to make an announcement. Every time you overcome a class trial here at Hope's Peak, a whole new world would open up to you.
What the heck?
Whole new world.
you guys.
It'd really suck if you had to live here forever with nothing new to stimulate you. Besides, I know how you kids get these days with your ADD and ADHD. I gotta keep you motivated.
Very
So go ahead, look around all you want. Enjoy the brave new post-trial world till you explode.
With that, Monokuma disappeared, leaving us even more confused when he'd shown up. But, a new world?
Could it be?
Is he talking about a way to get outside?
I wonder about
That
that.
seems unlikely.
Piece of shit!
Well, we don't know until we look.
Hey,
Whatever he meant, it seems we'll have to search the school one more time.
You hear me?
Okay, then let's split up and start investigating. When you're done, everyone meet up at the dining hall and we'll share what we found. You're basically a one-trick pony, you know that.
Got it!
More like a staple food source, now let's keep moving. Seeing his words as their signal, everyone scattered and left the gym. Riviera, yes, let us go. We got a new floor to explore. Hello, irrelevant. Hello, hero. Hey, Makoto, did you see what's inside that display case? Bad, this is super bad, man. What are you talking about? I don't see anything all that weird in there. Sure, to the untrained eye it's nothing, but this is awful. A bad, awful, terrible trap.
Serious?
The stuff you see lined up there, any god could come by and use it to send a message. Huh? I've been struck with knowledge. It's an ill omen of total devastation and ruin. Let me out of here. Let me out. I have no idea what he's talking about, so maybe I'll just leave him alone. Oh, hello, Taka.
Got it!
Makoto, look! The gate blocking the stairs is gone. It would seem the path to the second floor is opened up. But it's also of utmost importance to double check the areas you already know about just in case.
Without a doubt.
Aren't I so clever for that? I really impress myself sometimes.
understand?
Well, I'll leave the school to you. Alright, thanks, Taka. Right, I've got to remember the controls. Hang on. Man, the nurse's office isn't open yet. That's really chapter 3. Wow, I don't remember it being locked at the start, I'm going to be honest. Hey, Mondo, how we doing?
Yo.
I went and checked the metal hatch in the main hall just to be sure, but just like I figured, it hasn't moved an inch. Shit. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he made things that easy for us.
Hey, damn it.
Hey!
What?
Don't make that face. You look like a pussy. You want me to put some fine spirit in you? Well, do ya? No thanks. I think I got enough for now.
Yo.
Well, okay. You go look for another way out then. Alright, let's go upstairs. Please, camera. Oh, the gate blocking the stairs has been opened. Is that what Monokuma meant by a new world? Oh, so what's up there? This is the second floor of the school. There's some kind of clue here. Yeah, I'm sure of it. There's got to be something here. Oh, the swimming pool and the library. Okay, it's coming back to me. I remember the library being on this floor, but I forgot about the swimming pool. But yeah, of course the swimming pool's here, because I remember what case is here.
Just a second.
Oh, Makoto, hey, guess what? Guess what I found? A pool. There's a pool here. A pool. A pool, pool, pool. You don't have to keep repeating it. I got it. And there's a ton of exercise equipment in the locker room. Sakura's going to go nuts when she finds out. Yeah, you're right about that. He seems way more excited than usual. How's Celeste doing? The second floor has opened up. The living area has grown and the number of facilities are now available. Whatever else is going on, I must admit things have been made much more comfortable for us.
Do you understand?
If things continue like this, the occasional class trial may not be so bad.
Okay.
Oh, the locker room's connected to a pool. It looks super nice and big and fantastic to swim in. I'm beyond excited right now. I can't wait to dive in. In fact, I'm getting kind of mad thinking about it. Why are you getting mad? Hey, Chihiro, have you checked out the pool yet? No. I don't like wearing swimsuits. Yeah, you see what the topic might be, not into that kind of thing. But still, it's not that the locker rooms have all the exercise equipment you could ask for. Maybe I'll give it a try. I kind of like to get a little stronger. When you get stronger, I would say that's kind of unexpected.
Yeah.
But I'm not even brave enough to step foot in the locker room. You don't even go into the locker room? It's not that I don't want to, it's just... I don't get it. Is she afraid of locker rooms or something? Pretty weird phobia, though. Oh, Makoto. Is that a real gun? Not like we're at war here, but why would we need something like that here? Is that some kind of card reader? I wonder what it's for. And this door is the locker room. This is the girls' locker room.
This is fine.
A true gentleman will respect our space. Yes. Bunch of different pool-related items on the shelf. It turns out Danganronpa. I'm coming to watch this with an open mind. Fair, Makoto had interest down in locker rooms either. Fair enough, dude. A1 man. That's right. You can just enjoy the fact that I go out of my way to voice every single character to every detriment to my throat. Yeah, behind this door is the locker room.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess you'll need a handbook to get into the locker room. Really?
Of course.
Really? Ah. If you want to unlock the locker room, you have to swipe your personal e-handbook across the card reader next to the door.
Even positivity is infectious. Oh, thanks, man.
However, to ensure maximum security within each locker room, only a boy's handbook can open the boys' locker room, and the same goes for the girls. And that's the bottom line.
What if someone opens the door and then someone else sneaks in?
Anyone who commits such indecency will be published without mercy for their scandalous sexual depravity. See, there's a Gatling gun mounted on the ceiling, right? And it'll be all dunka 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 dunka.
Just a second.
It'd really hurt to get shot by that thing. No, I think it'd be a little worse than that. But what happens if someone loans their handbook to someone else? A boy could borrow a girl's handbook, and that would get them into the girl's locker room, would it not?
What? That never even occurred to me! To think someone could be so low, so cowardly, so devilish. And how's this sound? Time for a new rule. As of this moment, loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. There! So now nobody can give their handbook to anyone else, right?
A positive new first score rank can be, hey, what for Tales of Cold Steel? That'd be cool.
You like that? I'm kind of a genius, right? It's because my brain is 100% cotton.
Honestly.
I do not imagine anyone would have lent their handbook out in the first place. After all, they would likely be held responsible for anything that person might do using the handbook. But you know, it seems awfully concerned with all this locker room security stuff. Is Monokuma stupid? He's, yes. Well, I say that, he's very philosophical at times, but very dumb at others. It just depends what the mood takes. When it's the class trials, he's very poignant and very clever with his words. The moment it's just out of that, he's like, whatever. But you know, you seem awfully concerned with all this locker room security stuff.
Of course.
It's cause all you teenagers are sex-crazed maniacs. You're at that age, you try humping a plastic bottle. So, to keep anything unseemly from happening, I have to maintain a rigorous watch. Then in that case, I would ask that you keep the same close eye on our dorms. If some man and some woman decide to share a room, there would be nothing to stop them. All I care about is protecting the holy image of the school itself. I don't care what happens in your private dorms. By force or by cunning, do whatever you want.
I hate you so much.
Okay, so there's a new regulation in place. See ya.
And some of them, this thing seems very stupid. Yeah, he does things impulsively. Man, that stupid bear totally ruined my mood. Maybe I'll go take a dip to cheer myself up. Celeste, Chihiro, you want to come with me?
As for me,
There is nothing I hate more than getting water on my face.
I'm
Sorry, I'll pass this time. Oh, come. When you're in a funk, there's something better than a good swim to pull you out of it. Yeah, says the swimmer. I'm pretty sure that only applies to you. And yet this motherfucker, it's all against like anything sexy related, and he puts this in the boys' changing room. Well, that is an interesting poster. Obviously someone put this in the school, but is it really okay to have something like this here? I think we just have to go into the next room. So we're at the start of a new chapter, and it's the same with every Dangan game. When you're at the start of a chapter, your first thing you do is just go explore everywhere. Get a feel for everything. Dudes, locker room in front of other dudes. I mean, no, I'm just used to it going to, like, you know, an all-boys school. You just, when you got changed into your sportswear, you just fucking did it. You didn't give it a second thought. You just didn't have the choice, you just carried on. Oh, right, I forgot. The swimming pool has, like, next to nothing for you to interact with. Other than that locker in the corner. And, like, that's literally it. And the locker's not even relevant in this case. Lockers. Well, I would expect to see that in any normal pool. It's just so you get a feel for the area. Thankfully the explorations don't take too long. This isn't V3, where everything takes forever. But the thing with V3 is that the entire map was actually already huge, and then they would have the audacity to put the two new rooms on opposite ends of the fucking, like exploration area. So it would take forever for you to explore everything, because you'd have to have every conversation and every little moment, encounter the monocubs or whatever. Like, everything just took fucking half a lifetime. What are the issues? We're not comfortable doing so. Yeah, it's fair. So I just didn't get much of a choice in it, you just always got changed. Alright, no. Kyoko's in this classroom later. I got ahead of myself. It's been a year, alright? I don't remember everything in every order. We had to go to the library and pester Byakuya first. Where are you, Byak? Oh no, Kyoko's in here as well, okay. Let's talk to Best Girl first and then we'll work our way along. It's remarkably dusty in here, and the lighting is less than ideal. For a library, it's not the kind of place I want to do much reading in. Alright, enough from best to worst.
I'm absolutely shocked.
How come?
They have all these books here and not one copy of any of my works.
You're a fanfic writer.
Well, yeah, why would they have comics in the library?
Plus, most fanfic is just porn drawn by a bunch of amateurs.
You just don't get it. Not at all.
The locker rooms had bathroom stalls I was at. Oh, mine didn't. Mine didn't. It was just one big room. It was just one big circle with lockers. Like, they weren't actual locker rooms, it was just lockers in the end, so you usually just got changed, chucked your stuff in the bag, and locked up and went. I did to get it, and with a face like yours, anyone can tell nothing you do is worthwhile.
Say whatever you want about me, but never judge a book by its author. And now hear this, appearances mean nothing at all. When you see before you is nothing more than the rind that contains the meaty plump of my genius. My creations are what determine my meaning and value.
You're so full of it.
I'm used to being misunderstood. You think weak attacks like yours will drop my HP?
Shut the fuck up, Ifumi. Those two really worry me.
Hello, Byakuya. But still, this library is most interesting.
You do Ifumi. Toko reads it off as a Fujoshi. Yeah. Toko's, the thing is, Toko is, like a writing prodigy, whilst Hifumi is, like one of the most talented fanfic writers. So they're both talented writers, just one's professional, one's fanfic. And so Toko doesn't respect Hifumi at all. That's the nature of of those two. But meanwhile, Byakuya is straight up a businessman, and so thinks extremely tactically. He's the affluent progeny. But still, this library is most interesting. What's interesting about it? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking out loud. What about you, Toko? How are you doing? You must be pretty happy to have all these books around her, Toko. Not particularly. Nothing really caught my attention so far. Ah, so I'm both of them. Yeah, I mean,
Indeed, there are a plethora of books, it's true, but the content seems lacking. Where's the comic books? Where's the young adult section?
comic book books, young adult, that stuff's a waste of time.
Oh, I've seen what you write, Miss Walker. Talented as you are, your stuff isn't any more worthwhile.
My stories are filled with true love and pure feelings. Don't compare them to that garbage of yours. Your writing doesn't even mean anything. It's just a bunch of jumbled up letters. Someone should just burn it all.
Oh, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. I bet you're secretly into boy-on-boy action.
Boy on boy, I don't care if it's anime or comics or fanfics or whatever. It's all filth, throwaway culture that'll be trashed and forgotten in half a decade. Just talking about it makes me feel sick to my stomach. I mean, I'm gonna throw up.
You've insulted me, and you've insulted my honor.
These two are really starting to freak me out. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, there's a laptop. Looks like a laptop. The laptop looks pretty old. It's all covered in dust.
So...
It's broken. I tried pressing the power button earlier, but nothing happens. That doesn't immediately mean it's broken, Kyoko. It might just be out of battery. Food to the ship. It's broken, huh? Oh, too bad. I was hoping I could use it to go online and see what's going on in the outside world. If it's broken, nothing can we do about it. What's behind this door? It's some kind of archive. All I saw in there was stacks of old books and files. I can't imagine what business you would have in there. That's true, I don't really have any reason to check it out. Oh, the letter. I was like, I'm sure there's something else important in here. Just going in dust, but the shelf there's a letter? What is this? Hope's Academy?
Indeed.
It was buried underneath a thick layer of dust. It must have been sitting there for quite a while. Well, shall we see what's inside? But we shouldn't read other people's mail without their permission.
Is that right?
What we shouldn't do is leave this here without finding out what's inside. Kyoko's like, are you fucking serious? Edit, Kyoko doesn't get how computers work. Yeah. Okay. I run this on the dusty envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper I found inside. I unfolded the paper and read what was written there. From Hope's Peak Academy Executive Office. Throughout the years, you have been committed to shaping the youth who will one day shape the world. We have a long, proud history as an institution of higher learning with full governmental support. Yeah, Kyoko's absolutely right. That's why I was like, do you think in her mind she's going, are you serious? Open the fucking letter, Makoto. Our graduates enter society ready to take on active leadership roles in every major job field. However, Hope's Peak Academy must now lower the curtain on its glorious history for the time being. The decision was not an easy one to make, but serious issues beyond our control have made it necessary. But make no mistake, this is not the end for Hope's Peak Academy. It was. We intend to reopen our doors as soon as the issues forcing our closure have been resolved. That being said, this is the end for now, and I would like to personally and sincerely thank everyone for your help and support over the years. For now, we are awaiting official governmental authorization to formally cease operations. What does this mean? An investigator not reading emails relevant to the case just because it might hurt the suspect's feelings. Like, what? Yeah, exactly. The contents of his letter are quite interesting indeed. It would seem Hope's Peak had stopped functioning as a school, and judging by the amount of dust this letter had collected, it doesn't seem to have happened recently. If I had to guess, I'd say this letter could at least be a year old. So you're saying Hope's Peak closed down at least a year ago? Most likely, the mastermind took over the abandoned school in order to put on this little performance. But that would mean it was closed when I got it just a few days ago. Yeah, investigators are supposed to read those things because of justice, so Kyoko knows where it's at. Yeah, Kyoko is pretty much a detective. She's not officially a detective, or at least for reasons that the plot will get into later, she's not a real detective, but she's got a real detective mindset. Cool looking school though. Yeah, Hope's Peak's great. But I didn't get that sense at all. Plus, if the school had shut down, don't you think it would have been in the newspapers and stuff? I mean, you're saying it could have happened over a year ago though, right? But before I got here, I looked up stuff online about the school and never saw anything about this.
So in other words,
that must have all been part of the mastermind's plan. They lured us all in here. Someone could create a place to judge and execute people who could potentially be capable of anything. Of course, that's all assuming that this letter is real.
However,
if it is real, though, that does solve one mystery surrounding the school. The reason there are no other students here could be because the school had already closed down. That would be a nice, simple solution, if true. But then, what about this other part? The sanitarium, the same name, somewhere what, Hope's Peak? I don't know, it's just what they use in this. The decision was not an easy one to make, but serious issues beyond our control made it necessary. Make no mistake, it's not the end of Hope's Peak. We intend to reopen our doors, yeah. So what do they mean by serious issues? That's apparently why the school had to close. Is there any connection between that and what's happening to us now?
no.
If the two events are in fact connected, uncovering that connection would be a useful clue, on top of figuring out the mastermind's motive. Although I can't really say any more until we find more details. So in other words, only the mastermind knows the truth right now. The mastermind's motive. If we can figure out why they'd want to imprison us all here, would that be enough to get us out? Or... Anyway, now I have a pretty good idea of what's on the second floor. But I didn't see anything that might lead to any kind of exit or anything. All I can do now is hope someone else found something worthwhile. Alright, I better head back to the dining hall as soon as possible. Oh, we cut straight there. Okay, I don't have to run over there myself. Alright, of our lowly 12 remainers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how did it go? Did anyone discover any interesting new anything? Any interesting new anything? Taka, way with words, man. Remember, it's named Hope's Peak. Fair enough. Like, he's the ultimate moral compass, but he's not the ultimate way with words. It's okay, Taka, we understand.
Yes, indeed.
There's a library.
Okay.
And a pool! A freaking pool! And locker rooms filled with exercise equipment.
Well,
And there was not, however, anything resembling an escape route.
Yeah, she's right.
I see.
Well, hey, there's no reason to get all sulky. Wait till you hear about my amazing discovery. The warehouse and bathhouse on the first floor of the dorms are now open. Oh, we're gonna fetch a wine goblet and two Jesus, okay, don't get that much light into you. And the warehouse is chock full of food, clothes, whatever you want. There's so much it's insane. So go ahead and stuff yourselves to the gills whenever you feel like.
are you okay with
Keep
this?
in mind, of course, that going out at night time is still prohibited. Please do not forget.
Yo.
Sakura needs to tell me her exercise regime. Yeah, she's called being the ultimate warrior. No, I say she's not ultimate warrior. She's the ultimate martial artist, but she might as well be the ultimate warrior. Okay, and what about a fucking way out of here? You find anything like that? Oh, well,
What?
there wasn't anything in the warehouse we could use to get our asses out of here? Nothing? Unfortunately, no, not that I saw.
Hey, come
You
on.
fucking people.
What?
Who gives a shit if we have a goddamn pool now? Or a warehouse, or whatever the fuck?
Stop fucking
We're still
around.
trapped in this piece of shit school. We need to find a goddamn way out. Now, there is no point in taking your anger out on us. Adaptation is the key, yes? For now, we must find a way to enjoy our current situation. Someone have those kind of muscles. I do. That'd be badass. I know I say that, I wouldn't be able to hold my controller properly if it was that thick. Your wrists would probably fucking clash. Whatever you say, you fucking loon. For now, let's just continue our investigation and let everyone know if you should discover something.
So then.
So, are we done for today? Well, yeah, I guess so. The air seems to suddenly grow heavy again. Is this the mastermind's plan? Give us hope just to turn it around and portray that? Ding dong ding bong. Yeah, it's now 10 PM, nighttime, everything's closed, go to bed. We all promised not to leave our rooms during nighttime. There's not much else to do, so I guess I'll go to bed.
Mr. Monokuma, do you have a second? I don't really like myself. I don't have any kind of skill or hobby I can say I'm super good at.
Bottles currently, that's why. Oh, fair enough.
And my grades are totally average too. My reflexes are okay, not great, not awful. I could get into a decent college where I'd make a few friends, maybe even find a normal girlfriend. Which is exactly why I don't like who I am. I understand that now. My life is one giant copy-paste. I don't have any imagination. I'm the perfectly average cardboard
You see
cutout.
what I mean, right, Mr. Monokuma?
That's not gonna make me pity you, Monokuma. Not even remotely. And he's gonna do his... Yep, good morning.
Good
Now,
morning, everybody.
now 7 AM, get up.
I wanted to let you know that your e-handbooks have been updated.
Oh, yeah, right, his new rule has been added.
Regulations have been added, so
About the,
please take a
you can't
look
change
and
your book, you
enjoy
can't
your
swap
school
handbooks.
life more than ever before.
New rule been added to the regulations menu. He must be referring to yesterday loaning your ebook to another student is strictly prohibited. But right now we need to hurry up and head to breakfast. Yeah, I believe if you go check... Discretion, environments... Yeah, loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. There it is. There's yet another rule to follow. Is anyone around? No one. Okay, I'm the last one up. Great. Yeah, I'll say that. There's a couple faces that aren't here. Morning, Makoto. Good morning. Is anyone here already?
Yo.
Nope, still waiting on Byakuya and Taka. Byakuya is no surprise, but it's strange Taka's not here yet. Knowing Taka, I imagine he's trying to get the king of tardiness up and out of bed. I'm sure they'll be here soon enough. Just be patient.
Let's see.
I don't mind waiting for them, but there is one problem, which is I am thirsty.
Hey, come on.
How the hell is that a problem? Hifumi, would you make me some tea? Huh? Milk tea, if you'd please.
Well,
Why me?
let's see.
Your roundish figure reminds me of the owner of a coffee shop I used to frequent. That's your reason?
This is fine.
I can feel my throat drying out. How quickly, please?
Okay.
Fucking he caved in quick. Only unable to refuse Celeste's order, Hifumi skulked away into the kitchen, and a few minutes later...
Thank you for waiting.
Hifumi reappeared with a tray in hand, the gentle aroma growing stronger as he approached. Finally. You could have made some for the rest of us, you know.
There's no way
I
to think
am
about this in a
pathetically
common
declined.
sense kind
You're
of
not
way.
my type at all. What, Celeste is? You're into gothic Lolitas, Hifumi?
It's all about the law of causality. Basic instinct, act and react.
Well then, if you don't mind, and I'm turning my mic off this because it's one of the best voice clips Celeste has coming up. Oh, come on. A small smile played across her lips as she held the teapot delicately in her hand.
Oh.
She cocked her head to the side and threw the cup as hard as she could at the wall. Oh, please tell me it's coming. Can you blame him? Oh, absolutely not. I love Celeste.
What?
Hey, what are you doing, my little white rabbit?
You've already given her a nickname? Ugh. Oh, come on, where's the voice clip? I don't remember exactly where it is. I don't know exactly where the voice clip is. But she goes, you little shit! And it's like the best, or something like that. I hate this kind of tea.
I don't understand.
Yes, indeed.
Imagine we are at a coffee shop. Just any normal, everyday cafe. I sit down and I order some tea. Then you ask me, would you like lemon or milk? Now, further imagine that I replied, ah yes, I would like milk tea, please. In that case, along with my tea, they may bring me a small container of milk. Yes? Oh, is she a white rabbit? Because Fumi's weird. But this is not for me. I am among those who prefer the milk to be part of the process from the outset. The fragrance is just so overwhelmingly sweet that way. Adding milk or lemon right before you drink is like dousing your fries in ketchup. They're condiments. Whenever looking for a cafe, I first review their menu to see if they offer the proper style of milk tea. And I cannot acknowledge any milk tea does not add the milk during the brewing process. Should be a black rabbit, yep. If I had to describe our shared reaction to what we just heard, I'd have to go with wide-eyed bewilderment.
I went to all that trouble to make you that tea, and you want me to go even far?
Yes, I realise it can be a bit of a hassle. You just threw your cup at the wall, Celeste. There's a bit more than a bit of a hassle. You fucking yeeted that thing at a wall. Even if cafes offer proper milk tea, it is always more expensive than simple tea with milk. It takes more time to prepare, surely, but why even bother creating a menu if you are not going to offer the highest level of quality?
Well, we don't actually have a menu.
You little bitch.
There it is! There it is! You little bitch! When something in the janitor said. I love that voice. I don't know why. But that does not matter. Hurry up and bring me what I asked for, swine.
What? Okay, you little piggy will bring it right out.
Alright, you little simp. Oh, I do love so coercion. You were like a totally different person just now. Yeah, shit, you went real psycho there. I knew there was more to it when I first met her. I'd hate to have her as an enemy. Seriously, man, that's one scary chick. Makoto. The dining hall doors flew open, and one of the late arrivals came storming in. But, bad news, everyone. There's a mystery afoot. Huh? What happened? It would seem Byakuya refuses to leave his room. I stood there pressing his doorbell over and over, but he never showed himself. Maybe he just wasn't there? I'd like to think so, but I'm worried something might have happened to him. What he meant by that, he didn't have to say anything else. Everyone understood exactly what that might mean. Might be a good idea if we all split up and go look for him. Oh, I was just about to suggest the same thing.
What's your
Stop trying to one-up everyone.
Um,
Okay, then I'll go check his room one more time. I'm just going to keep on hammering that button till I get a response. Perfect, I need someone who can keep up with my intensity. I love Celeste, genuinely. I adore Celeste, I think she's fantastic. She's crazy, but she's fantastic. Very well, then the rest of us can go check the rest of the building. Yeah, before it, too late. Anyway, let's do our best to find Byakuya. Where might Byakuya have gone? Maybe he went to check out the second floor of the school again. Hint, hint, that's exactly where it is. Celeste, however, isn't going to bother at all. Celeste? Are you going to help look for Byakuya? I have not yet had my tea. Huh?
As for me,
Until my thirst is satisfied, I have no urge to do anything. If you're in a hurry, feel free to motivate Fumi to move faster. Okay, are you being kind of selfish? Hey, I want to go check on Ifumi. I want to see if this guy's like having a panic attack. This poor guy's like freaking out in the kitchen. Where are you, Ifumi? There he is. How's it going?
Ah, Mr. Naegi, what's going on?
Well, nobody's seen Byakuya this morning, so we've all decided to go look for him.
What? That's not good at all. However, this little piggy needs to... I have a holy edict to deliver a proper milk tea to my master.
What?
To bless this undeserving swine, with such an honor, I will serve you with all my heart and soul.
Okay, good luck with that. Ifumi's created some creepy alternative reality for himself. Yeah, this game came out before simping was a term. So they would say, oh, he's a weirdo. Good old Celestia Ludenberg. This music's good. It's supposed to be suspenseful, but it's good. The nurse's office still closed. Welcome to Masochism, Makoto. Oh, hey, Kyoko.
Hey,
So you thought to come here too? Huh?
so...
If you think about what Byakuya was so interested in yesterday, you can probably guess where he is right now, right? What Byakuya was so interested in again? The library. He's interested in the archive, but he didn't want to let that go. Not let that be known. He just didn't show up to the dining hall. When I opened the doors of the library and looked inside, I cried out in sudden surprise. Byakuya! With all the things I'd imagined, there definitely wasn't one of them. The motherfucker made his own tea, he's got a book, he's chilling in the library, he's got a reading lamp next to him, like he knows his morning priorities.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm fishing. What does it look like I'm doing?
Alright,
I'm trying
Byakuya.
to read, so if you could be quiet.
Oh, sorry. Wait, no! What are you doing here? Everyone's super worried. We've all been looking for you.
Who asked you to do that?
Because we're all supposed to meet up in the morning and eat together.
A promise? Can't I get a second's peace and quiet around here?
Byakuya snapped his book shut and slowly stood up, smooth and silent as a shadow. Something I could chill with. Byakuya's alright. When I first went through this game, I didn't like him, but by the end of the game, he does turn around. His character arc is interesting. He's still very much him by the end of it. Like, it's not one of those kind of character arcs. It's just he gets a little bit more tolerable of people as it goes on. And also, like I said, to compare to Phoenix Wright, he's basically the Miles Edgeworth in this game. He's the one that's going to challenge you the most in trials, and will always have an argument to everything you have to say. So my room is there. Meanwhile, the others have just heard me yell and started showing up one after the other. Byakuya, so this is where you've been hiding. What are you doing here, man? We were very concerned. Well, you had no reason to be. I was just reading. I've never read such a coarse novel before, but it might just prove useful at some point.
Well...
What were you reading? Mystery novel.
Well...
Wait, so you're gonna use what you're learning in that there to betray us?
Well, don't compare me this dude to the goat. But that's basically what he represents. That's what I'm saying. In this game, he is like that kind of character. The active challenge that always against you. Like, the prosecutor to your defense. He fulfills that role, essentially. Don't be stupid. Yeah, it's just something to keep in mind. Yep, what? If I decide to fight, of course I'll come up with something original. Otherwise, this game of ours would be totally boring, right? It's not often you get to take part in such a high-stakes, high-tension activity. So if you're going to do it, you have to make sure it's entertaining. This word sends a chill down my spine. The story entirely. Yeah, but it's for the sake of solving puzzles with a courtroom-esque style game, his role is the same as Miles' role. That was my point. I wasn't comparing the characters. It's worse than the chill down my spine. As in, some role is in the gameplay loop, his role is the same. There's an undeniable smile on his face as he spoke. It looked like he was actually enjoying himself, enjoying this deranged killing game. What the fuck do you mean, game? That's fucked up. But it is a game. It's a game of life or death, which can only have one winner. That's all there is to it. He is right, it's a zero-sum game. Huh?
Are you okay with
It's a
this?
part of game theory, a mathematical model. In game theory, what we are going through now is called a zero-sum game. It is a type of game in order for one person to gain something, another must necessarily lose something. In other words, it is a situation in which participants must compete for position or resources.
I see.
You mean like a kind of elimination match?
Actually,
Entrance exams, sports tournaments, job openings, most social interactions fall into this category. Everyone must scramble to obtain something which is limited. For you to succeed, someone else must fail. Lead antagonist, in other words? Kinda. Yeah. This also applies to the school life we've been subjected to here, in this case. But, like, and we've had this discussion before, but it's literally he's the antagonist, not the villain kind of antagonist. Like, he's the opposite and he's the opposing, but it doesn't mean he's the bad guy. You know, he's just the opposing. Because of her school life we've been subjected to here. In this case, our limited resources is that only one of us can successfully become the Blackened.
So in other words...
So this game was designed from the beginning to force one of us to try and defeat all the others. That can't be what they had in mind. This is why adaptation is so crucial. If those who want to escape were to disappear, there would be no reason to continue playing the game.
What?
But why would I want to stop playing? It's so much fun. Smiled again as he spoke. Didn't he? Remember that L in Death Note was the main antagonist, also the hero? Yeah, true. Smile filled with evil intent, twisted his face into something not human. It sounds as if you do not acknowledge even the possibility that you may lose. Am I right?
Naturally.
Of course. Not naturally, as the voice actor said. But you know what else is my favourite thing? Byakuya's voice actor, this guy will say anything you put in front of him. In Byakuya's voice. Like, there's several videos online of people just sending him really dumb shit, and he will read them in Byakuya's voice. He just has... He genuinely adores voicing Byakuya, and so he just does it. Like, anyone will say like some really dumb shit and send it to him, and he'll just read it out in Byakuya's voice. It's the same with Chris Terglafera, Gundam, a character we'll meet in the sequel. Gundam Tanaka, he will do his Gundam voice and say anything people want as well, because he just loves the character. But that's a story for another day. We haven't met the true goat of the Danganronpa series on my revisit. We got to wait another game yet. Of course. You do not speak like the others. Exactly what I would expect from the Togami heir apparent. And value of the term antagonist is that the opposite of protag. There's zero moral obligation behind the concept of antag. Yeah, and that's basically what they do in this. He's just our opposite, not the villain. The villain's Monokuma and the mastermind, obviously. I expect him to be heir apparent. Just normal arrogance, isn't it?
Just a second.
You talk like that, but what if you end up dead?
Possible.
I won't. It simply isn't possible.
You son of a
Who the
bitch.
fuck do you think you are? Also, Mondo is voiced by Keith Silverstein, aka Shido in Persona 5, Zhongli in Genshin Impact, among a few other things. But this was keep in mind, this was back in like 2011, so this is like one of his earlier roles. This is one of the voice actor's earlier roles, so he does sound a bit younger. You know, I still can't believe it.
What?
Believe what? That an uneducated, brain-dead, useless piece of garbage like you has survived this long.
Piece of shit.
I'm gonna fucking kill you! Like I said, I won't die. You keep saying that, but do not bother arguing with him. For him, the concept of losing simply does not exist. I said Zhongli, not Zhangling. Zhongli, the god of Geo. I might have said Zhangling by accident, but no, I meant Zhongli. The Archon, the Geo Archon, the dude in the suit who like always talks on long stories. Oh yes, the story of this god is a long one indeed. Sips his coffee. That one. But he's also Shido, the main villain of Persona 5, or one of the main villains. He's the ultimate affluent progeny, after all. A boy raised to succeed from the day he was born. 500 questions in Zhanglin! He considers victory his destiny, and has lived his life accordingly. Tests and challenges were merely ways for him to stand victorious, even if it is a life and death situation. Isn't that not so, Yakuya? At least one of you seems to understand.
Isn't it wonderful?
Is it because I am the same as you? Games are meant to be won.
That's enough.
Are you trying to suggest we're on the same level? Close that vulgar mouth of yours.
Oh,
Well, I do apologize. Anyway, let me just say this to all of you. You all need to try harder. If an opponent isn't going to give me their best, where's the fun for me?
no.
That's a terrible way to look at it.
What?
I love these two.
It's because
This isn't a game. Our lives are on the line, you know. To kill your own friends it's horrific. Friends? Yeah, I know. Friends, who decided that? Huh? We're not friends. No, quite the opposite. We're in competition, so we're enemies. But, you know...
What?
But what? Stop trying to force your contradictions on me and just accept what I'm telling you.
Oh, come on.
Yes? You have something to say, say it. Otherwise, keep your mouth closed.
I'm sorry.
Stop fucking around.
Hey, shithead. You get off bullying people that can't fight back? You want to try it out on me? So you're back to pretending to be friends, huh? And how long do you think that's going to last?
Piece of shit.
Fuck you!
What?
Is that all you can say? It's unfortunate you would waste your breath on such empty gibberish.
You son of a
That's
bitch.
it, you're fucking dead.
Just a second.
Hold on, just calm down.
Piece of shit.
I am calm. Mondo. How is this calm? Anyway, I don't have any intentions of working with the rest of you any longer. So cooperate during an elimination game is, well, frankly, it's a waste of time, and I hate wasting my time. Byakuya is willing to throw hands right now. Yeah, but the thing is, like, all of the men outside of Byakuya don't start shit with Mondo because he knows. They know Mondo will knock him out. But Mondo has made it extremely clear that he's one of those guys who has an extreme, like, personal moral code that no matter what a woman throws at you, no matter what happens, you do not raise your hands to a woman. And so the women, aware of that, always are the ones that calm him down because he knows he will never do anything to them. And so it's just a small thing you can notice throughout the game. It's always the women that have to calm Mondo down if he ever freaks out, because the men don't bother because he knows they might punch him, or he might punch them. As intelligent as you think you are, you wouldn't be walking alone. Yeah, but this is Byakuya. He really thinks he is the absolute prime of himself. Well, frankly, it's a waste of time. I'm wasting my time. Waste of time? Engaging in friendly group meals is out of the question. Someone you could easily poison our food. And I'd rather not become of the part of the Last Supper just yet. Quit talking like you're in a fucking movie or something. All I'm saying is, ultimately, you are all free to do whatever you want on your own. Goodbye. But a second glance back, Byakuya left. Was there anything we could do to keep him from going? His way of thinking is just beyond anything the rest of us could even comprehend.
But
Was he serious about all that? He was, without a doubt. Against a bear, to be a mongoose, you'd be a bear by being a poisonous snake in the grass. Yeah, true.
don't fuck with
Well,
me.
fuck him then. What he said might not necessarily be wrong. Oh, Toku, you are here. I mean, can you say sure someone won't poison our food? Hey, come on, you too, Toko.
Anyway.
Well, it's not like anyone would care even if I was gone, right? Actually, I bet you all want me gone. You all think I'm disgusting. None of us think that. You just think. You don't think that. That reaction, yeah. I know some people like to play the victim, but this is just totally out there. You think I don't know, but I do. You want me gone. I'm sure the rest of you want the same thing, don't you? Hey, Toko. Now just let her go. Once she gets going like that, there is nothing you can say to bring her back. Rico, you're here. Jesus, you just went straight for murder, did you? Oh, sorry. It was just that she hadn't said anything up until that point. Ultimately, our breakfast meeting came to an end without answering any questions. Everyone headed back to their rooms. Jeez, I'm tired already, but I don't have time to take even one day off. I need to get myself going. Alright, time to go on dates. Oh, Celeste. Oh, no, actually, before we do that, we need to go to the shop to see if we can buy presents. Square button. The clip that legit made me laugh. Oh. I'm glad. I just didn't even think about it, I just said it. Right, since we got an almost perfect score on the first case, we made one slip up. We got like 99 coins out of it, so we can do some shops to get some presents. If we get another one of those, what tea is it? I'll have to check what kind of tea it is. If it's a milk tea that actually has what she wants, then I'll give it to her. Because you can give people bad presents, and if you do, it will actually hurt your relationship with them instead of add to it. That's where the best content is. I appreciate that. Oh, the army box. I think Mondo likes that, but I'm not gonna hang out with Mondo. I'm prioritizing Celeste because after chapter 3 we can't hang out with her, so I want to try and get her skills for hanging out with her at least. And I don't mind the repeat percentage going up because we already got a ring, so it means if we hit that percentage, there's a chance we'll get another one. I mean, additionally, there was, weirdly enough, like these really baggy shorts that Celeste liked just because it was made by a brand she liked. So if we get that either, that would be cool. Oh, and if we get the item, I think it's called like a man's fantasy or something like that. There's an optional like pervy cutscene we can watch in chapter 3 that I didn't see on my blind playthrough because I wasn't aware of it. So I suppose there's that. And it literally is like all the girls going to like a swimming room and you can perv on them, but only if you have like this one specific Easter egg item in this. They have another one like it in the second one, but I'm telling you right now, I probably won't bother with the second one, because one of the characters you perv on, I'm pretty sure is like 12. So it's just, nah, you know, Japanese games be wacky. Nah, it's not happening. I was like, she's not, it's that she just hasn't had a growth spurt, and so she looks 12. The biggest gusher machine I've ever seen. Shit. Oh god. What? I did not want them. Right, 20% chance of a repeat. I just want that diamond ring. That tomato suit? It's fine, it's anime. Yeah, I know, it's just... We'll see when we get there. The thing is, if you're getting 100% to get the platinum, you need to get one of every single item, which is why you can deposit multiple coins. Because when you do, as you can see on the repeat thing, it forces it to lower. So if you grind up a shit ton of coins, you can guarantee you get a new item every time. Okay, I got a bouquet of flowers again. I haven't got that ring again, though. You know, the one thing I want. It's a 22% chance of it going from the repeat world. Because also gets a thong. Yeah, I know. We got that book twice. It was a specific pair of boxes. Not that. I mean, there's other things Celeste will like as well, but those two she had real positive reactions to, so I know they would have got me more points. Because you don't even have to give her a gift. Hey! Hey! Nice! Get more freebies. Still not what I'm after. There's other things, but I just can't remember. There's like 5 things a character loves, 10 things they like, 10 things they're okay with, and then everything else they hate. And if you give them something they hate, it will go down instead. If you give them something they're just okay with, it's a worthless gift, you just wasted your time. Is that a hand, brah? If you give them just an average, nothing will change. If you give them a good, it'll go up a little bit. If you give them a love, it goes up by a lot. To be fair, I could just read the descriptions. The descriptions give away some things. Like, if there's something that's, like, to do with biking, in the description, give it to the biker, and he will like it, you know? I may not like you, but even I'm worried about whether you're okay. I'm gonna go to 70 coins, and if I don't have anything that I know Celeste will like... Oh, damn, I like that. I'll keep the berserk-looking armor. Then I will just... What I'll do, I will just save scum. I will go to Celeste, save in front of her face, and then give her something. If she doesn't like it, I'll load the save. That's our 3rd bouquet of flowers, come on. Oh, the machine nearly gave out a lucky then, I saw that. Crest. Alright, last one. Assuming we don't get a lucky. And okay, another whatever the hell that is. That should probably get going. Alright, what did we actually get? Got odd prize in a gacha machine. Yeah, true. Right, let's see what we got. We got Coca-Cola. Oh, it's coffee. I don't know if she'd like that. She'd seem more into her tea. Black croissant. Cup of noodle. Cup A noodle, because they couldn't put cup noodles, because that would just be a chainmail, some kind of gacha machine here. Ration, lunchbox, bird seeds, bracelet, love status thing. That's the diamond ring I wanted to get, the Zolus diamond. Blueberry perfume, scarab brooch. What does the brooch say? Is that something that she might like? It's a dung beetle. No, I'm not giving her a dung beetle, she'll slap me. Scarf, leaf covering. These, the Torneko pants, Celeste would like. So that's the other thing I kind of hope for. Jimmy Decay's t-shirt. A legendary edition shirt featuring legendary punk rocker. I wonder if Celeste do you think I should give her a thong? Solely for the control of their buttocks, for better or worse. It's unisex! The hand bra designed to slip over your hands. Slogan: raise your spirits, raise your hands, raise your spirits. Some shears, some quality chinchilla cover. And cut from Tumbleweed, dandelion. A rose in Vertro. Small rose stored in test tube. It's good for both healers and wearers. Language of flowers. The rose means passionate love. I think she'd throw it back at me if I gave it to her. Fucking Muramasa she might like. The Berserker armor she might be keen on. Fastball, Leon's Gone. Moon Rock. Secrets of the Omnipanzer. Project Zombie. That sounds like something I'd give for Fumi. Small light water flute. A chin drill. The red costume. It's a tomato costume. Come on. Oh, okay. We don't have the man's fantasy. Right, where is... Okay, they're just standing around. Byakuya's in the library. Kyoko's over there. Hina's in the pool. Celeste is dining in the dining hall. Okay. She's still waiting for her tea, do you think? Is Ifumi just like that shit at making tea? As in, I'm gonna save scum it, so if I give her something she hates, we can just load. Hi, hello, my angel. Well, if it isn't the D rank Mitoto, is something the matter? Should I hang out with Celeste for a while? Yes.
This is fine.
Well then, shall we have a bit of conversation? Oh, but don't misunderstand, I have no affection for you on a personal level. Yeah, you keep saying that. Ever 15 was really, really intense how good cup noodles were. Yeah, that's because that was paid advertising, that's why. I spent some time with Celeste. And I'm not even kidding, it was paid advertising to have cup noodles have a quest in the game. I'll go a little closer today. You'd like to give Celeste a present? Yes! Alright. Alright. Do you think she will like the thong, or do you think she will beat me to death? Do you think she'll like the thong? You can't do the same with Danganronpa. No, they didn't. I guess a different time. She hated it. She hated it. We don't even. She absolutely hated it. I am so angry I cannot speak right now. I think I made her mad. She probably thinks worse of me now. Yep. Okay, let's just load. Yeah, that was a. Get the fuck out of here. That was like she wanted to. She would have killed me if she could then and there. Hang on. You know what would just save this trouble? Let me just go Danganronpa, Celeste, free time. And see what she likes, and see if we've got any of the what she likes in my presence. What? She loves the Confession of Love ring? No way. Hang on.
Did you need something?
She likes tea, the love ring, the diamond ring, the whip, makes sense, and an antique doll. Which is so cute. That's her love items. I mean, the whip makes sense. The antique doll, I guess, makes sense because she kind of looks like an antique doll. The tea, yeah, we know she loves good tea. She likes juicy girl stuff like rings. Yeah, that's a nice little... Which is crazy because, like... Oh, you can't really see it from this angle. But she has, one of those, like, metal claw things on one of her fingers. You know, those little claw ring things that go all the way up your finger. She has one of them. She likes this.
Well,
So I can have this? Look, you can see on this angle, actually, she's got one of those claw rings on. I have to revise my initial impression of you. The more wonderful things I receive from you, the better impression I get. Since I so appreciate something I gave her makes me happy. Celestia Ludenberg. And one of those ones that was got goth culture. Fair enough. Celestia Ludenberg. What are you doing? No matter how many times I hear it, I never tire of hearing my own name. Isn't it so splendidly charming? Oh yeah, I've been wondering about that. Why that name?
well,
Why? I mean, it is from something. Why'd you pick it? I did not pick it. My name was given to me from my mother and father. Come on, that can't be your real name, can it?
this is fine.
It is indeed my real name. Make no mistake about that. Okay, so your parents gave you that name.
Indeed.
That's right. She's pretty like, for fuck's sake. My father is French nobility, and my mother is part of a German family of musicians. There's no way that's true. But okay, so you were born in France. Were you born in France or Germany? Tochichi. Tochichi. I can't pronounce that. Tochichi. Now we're getting somewhere. I was born in the capital of Tochigi, which is known for its delicious gyoza. Do you know of which city I speak? Capital Tochigi is famous for. Fuck. Toshiji. Let me just Google this. Just pause a second. Tochichi. Utsunomiya. It's Utsunomiya, right? I like Makoto asks, putting his phone away and like panically. Oh, that is correct! You have proven you are roughly as intelligent as an elementary school student. Ouch! Ouch, Makoto says, putting his phone in his back pocket. You didn't take my suggestions. Yeah, I didn't have the faintest clue. I googled it and it came up with the football team. And so I had to like search like capitals. Like, okay, so they've got a football team. I was about to suggest Ashikaga. Or a high schooler, maybe. Actually. You may be surprised to learn that I absolutely adore gyoza. I love its stench, its base vulgarity. So as you can imagine, I'm quite disappointed that I will never taste my hometown's gyoza again. Never say never, you know. Once we get out of here, we will never get out of here. How long will you continue this ridiculousness? You should just give up.
Do you understand?
If you don't, it can lead to murder. Celeste's eerie words stuck with me long after she left. The more I talked to her, the more I just don't understand her. The report card's been updated. You just unlocked the skill Raise. Nice. Pat yourself on the back, you've earned it. If you find monochimes, you will now get more than you did before. I knew there was a reason to prioritize her, because now we can get more presents. I could take her relationship further, but as horrible as it sounds, I got what I wanted. Oh, trash can. So instead of getting 1 coin, well, I heard ding ding ding, so I'm going to assume I got 3 instead. Take it further, she's best waifu. That depends if she's where she's at. Oh, she's literally around the block. Found you. She's probably gonna be sort of like, oh, for goodness sake, Makoto, fuck off! I'm saving enough time. Anything would come and feel like home. Hang out with Celeste for a bit. Do I have anything else that she likes? Hang on. That was from the list. That's coffee, not tea. I don't have either of the rings. I don't think that was the thing I read. It was a whip and it was an antique. Alright, I don't have anything she loves. So we're either going back to the shop or I'm picking someone else. I think if I tried to talk to Byakuya, he would just tell me to fuck off, so I'm just gonna do a little bit more of the shop, alright? Only a little bit more, because I want to actually get all of Case 2 done in this stream. You get 2 free times a day, and you usually get 2 days of free time before, like, plot kicks in again, so we've got potentially another free event. I say usually, because there are some exceptions, depending on certain cases. Fucking more cup of noodles. Hey, she loves that. She liked them. That wasn't a love. That was on the like list. So you've got something to fall back on. If we can get something she loves, that'd be perfect. She won't like a baseball. She's not a sporty girl. Right, did you come up with Monoguma? Just gotcha. Ooh, a tea set. Oh, come on, it's a 40% rate of getting a repeat. You can give me something she loves. Not another hand bra. I think she will, like, she will just strangle me if I give her that. I'm using a lot of cup noodles. Oh, son, there's another berserker armor in here. How many of you got the Monokuma? The hell? I hope that's not called an antique doll. If that's called an antique doll, I'm gonna scream. I imagine that'd be like a Cupid thing. Oh, that's... I don't think that's either of the rings that she likes. I think that's a different ring. An old telephone? Okay. I wish the track didn't reset every time this sound effect played. But at the same time, this was originally a PSP title from like 2010, so I guess it makes sense. Shears, Jesus. Yeah, after I give her the hand bra, I'll give her the shears so she can just like cut my head off. Just like give her the toy, like, look, I know what you're after. I'm gonna... Monokuma. He's giving me my own taste of despair. He can hear me. He's like, oh, you want these, do you? Well, fuck you, have this. Have some bunny ears. That golden cunt. Oh! How many I have to check how many cameras we've got after this. We're nearly halfway through all the items. Fucking seeds. Yeah, we're halfway through the items now. We're at 50%. We're on a Walmart spree. Gladius! Yeah. Alright, another rocker t-shirt. Another bag. Baseball. You know what else I should check? Because that's one of the few problems with this first game. Hey, there we go. That's something she loves. Is the game doesn't outright tell you when you've maxed out social links, or sorry, when you've maxed out your relationship with someone. What is that sound? Is that raining? Or is that just a bird on my windows? It's just a bird on my window ledge. I could just hear a cracking sound. Yeah, okay, there'd be a star next to her name if we'd maxed her out. And in the later games, they make it so everyone has the exact same amount of ranks. But in the first game, some characters have less than others. Like, Junko, and rest her, and Sayaka. Like, they're both only like 2 or 3 ranks. Because, you know, they die in Chapter 1. So they want to make it so you can actually max them in Chapter 1. On social link statements now as my video script. It's a force of habit. I can't help myself. Kyoko will be the one Kyoko was the one I focused on my blind playthrough because, like, as much as I adore Celeste, like, Kyoko ended up becoming like the OTP for me. Which is why I'm trying not to so much this time. Because, like, well, if you wanted to see that again, you could just watch my blind play from a year ago. You know, when I was still after recovering from COVID. Alright, so how many cameras did we get? Yeah, we got a Zolus Diamond. A Demon Angel Princess figure. That sounds... I'm good. We only got 3 cameras? Doubt. Doubt. It felt like we got more than that. Alright, where was she again? She was... Oh yeah. She was by over here. She was by the like little warehousey bit. Which, to be fair, I haven't actually checked it yet. I'll at least show this off because it'll be relevant. It's a surprise tool that will help us later. There's a little warehouse space back here. Hang on, Celeste.
As for me,
I truly frightened myself to captivate even insignificant little creatures like yourself. Spend some time with Celeste. Oh, doesn't she had a good time? Marry me.
well,
Oh, so I can have this? I may have to revise my initial impression of you. Oh, that's just, yeah, the usual dialogue.
as for me,
Hello, Makoto. I must say, I'm quite troubled. My general review will be the easy to fall viz I did for the Trails of Cold Steel. Good, I'm glad. Make sure to take some rest and relax when you can. How come?
indeed.
I'd like you to teach me something. What?
Actually,
I want you to teach me how to play shogi. Sorry, I don't know how to play either. I see, you really are useless, aren't you? Okay, but I'm surprised you don't know how to play. Is it because there's no, like, shogi gambling circuit? Someone with the top guys video. Well, you're always gonna get that.
oh,
No, there most certainly is. Wait, really?
indeed.
But it is all underground. It's rather shady, all things considered. I have tried my own hand at it, naturally. Wait, even though you don't know how to play?
Are you okay?
That is
with
why I
it?
wish to learn now. I placed my pieces without even thinking. What on earth was I doing? And you still tried to win an underground shogi tournament. Tried? Oh no, I did win. You won? I didn't really understand, but apparently my final opponent was infamously powerful. She was rather odd. She was a voluptuous woman who dressed as an exotic French maid. But how did you win? Beginner's luck, perhaps? I don't think beginner's luck works in shogi. Is that so? Yep, the more I learn about Celeste, the less I understand her. Thanks, because I put Elliot so low. Well, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's just your opinion and perspective. You can agree or disagree, it's just the nature of it, you know? Update based on your experience with her. Maximum number of skill points being increased. Hey, look at you go. Reeling from Celeste's fearsome past, went back to my room. Now 10 PM, go to bed.
Okay, then.
The ranking views are my subjective part, and you apply objectively to the actual reviews. Yeah, another day gone. Even though today is over, this game definitely isn't. How long is it going to keep it going? Well, the stress and anxiety kept me from falling asleep until late into the night.
Whenever I spot a cute girl, I have a tendency to stare.
Okay, away from just admitting you're a weird creep. Actually, I say that. The person running Monokuma is a woman. So, anyway.
I can't help it, I just gaze with intensity. The other day, I rode my bike to the train station. I was in the bathroom.
Just looking at myself in the mirror.
Yeah, oh right, and there's your hint. I just realised that's actually a hint. So every time I stare at women can be creeps too. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying there's actually wow, I didn't even pick that up on my blind playthrough. That's a fucking hint that the mastermind's a woman. That's literally your first hint, and I didn't even notice that on my blind playthrough. I just went, oh, Monokuma's being weird again.
Good morning, everyone. It is now get ready.
Well, I guess I better head off to the dining hall before anything else. There's a lot of things, and it's just the nature of, obviously, it's my second playthrough now. There's a lot of little things I didn't pick up on my blind that, like, on my second, I'm like, oh. Because I know where it's going. But, still no Byakuya. Does everyone? It was a little small. Byakuya and Toko had stormed off yesterday, and it wasn't too surprising they hadn't come today. Even the table looks bigger somehow. There's only 10 of us around. I assume that it's because 3 people are dead and 2 are abstaining. Yeah, with 5 people missing, I guess it would feel kind of empty. Still, I know Byakuya's whatever, But shouldn't we go check on Toko?
You're serious?
I vote no. She's super annoying. Yasuhiro, you can't just say that. How can you be so cold? You're like a piece of rock candy.
You hear me?
What? No, rock candy isn't cold, it's sweet. Anyway, Byakuya is the real problem. If we don't keep an eye on him, he might really kill someone. You can see it in his eyes. We got no choice. Get some rope, we're gonna have to get him bound and gagged. I think that's a little overboard. I don't, I'm agree with Mondo. He's right. In this situation, it's like scarier than when an ally turns loose cannon. It was just when like we were kids and someone would go crazy at sports day or whatever. What the fuck are you talking about? You gonna use the rope to do tug of war or something? Idiot. I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot. Who are you calling stupid? What's wrong, Chihiro? You don't look so great. Oh, I'm just going through a little self-loathing. Aren't we all, Chihiro? Jesus Christ, Chihiro. Do you need a minute? Sweetheart. I don't know why that... Oh, God. Self-loathing? After Byakuya said to me yesterday, I just got so nervous I locked up. I couldn't say anything. Mondo ended up having to help me out, and even he said I was someone who can't fight back. I hate how weak I am. Ah, I see. So Mondo made you depressed. What? How's it my fault?
Hey,
I wasn't trying to be mean. Besides, girls are just naturally weak anyway, right? Are you crying? It's because you were screaming like a lunatic. Hey, come on. Don't cry. It's my fault, okay? I won't yell at you anymore. Really? Well, sure, I can believe that. Just shut up. I got it. I'll make you a promise as a man. Promise as a man?
Yeah, that's
Maybe
right.
I mentioned this before, but ever since I was a kid, there was one thing my brother told me over and over again. He said no matter what, a real man always keeps his promises. That's what he left me. Left you? Yeah, my brother's dead. Oh, I see.
That's true.
Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Don't want to make you all you guys cry.
Yo.
Anyway, so you can trust me when I make that promise. So you don't gotta cry anymore. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monday. Sure. But I still don't like how I am right now. I have to get stronger. I'm so weak anything can make me cry. It's not good. Still, don't stress out too much about having to get stronger. No, I want to get stronger. Maybe I should start working out. In that case, I'll be happy to help you work out anytime. Sakura, you'll break down too, by accident, please.
But then Miss Fujisaki would get all smashed into a billion pieces.
Just a second.
Shut up, you!
You know?
Finally cracked a smile, huh?
I see.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Everyone, thank you. Looks like Chihiro's gotten some life back. Yeah, man, we keep helping each other out like this. We're bound to get out of this creepy, crappy place sooner or later. I mean, someday, I'm sure. Still, our biggest concern right now is the other two who never showed up for breakfast. What can I do to try and understand those two better? Alright, so back to free times. Byakuya won't hang with us, and Toko's locked us, our little book writer, is locked us up in a room. You know what sucks? Our bedroom's right there. Dead opposite is Mondo and Byakuya. Like, we're in between the loudest son of a bitch and the moodiest son of a bitch. And our girlfriend, well, ex-girlfriend, because she's dead now's room is like right next to ours. I wonder what happens if I click on the room. The bird must be locked. Oh, okay, he doesn't... I think he only reacts at the start of the chapter. I think when it's 3 times, because 3 times can be generic, they don't. But I know, like, at the start of the chapter, if you click on it, he says, no, I can't. Or something like that. Yeah, so there's some ones only like, oh dear. Uh-oh. Right. Do I try my luck for more pointless shit to give Celeste, or do I finally cave in and start giving something to someone else? You know what, last time, so I think we are only like 1 rank away from maxing Celeste out. And if we're not, it's still gonna be the last time, because I want to focus on someone else who might actually give us a decent skill. I was saying a guy shouldn't... She struck first. Yeah, but that's always a... that's always a conversation that's awkward to have. You know it's going to be like, there's going to be people that have that viewpoint. There's going to be people that have viewpoint of it's self-defense. There's going to be people, like for me, like I would, no matter what situation I would struggle to fight back if it was a woman. It's just, I can't do it. It's not, I can't do it, it's just part of me kind of thing. It's only if it was like a life-threatening self-defense, I would force myself to try and do something, but that's it. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's both understandable and respectable in one sense, but equally doesn't help advance conversation and doesn't necessarily help the whole equal playing field if, you know, men can get beaten the shit out of with no remorse, but you get what I mean. I'm not going to get too deep into it. You know what I mean. For me personally, I'd never do anything like that. Benevolent sexism. Yeah, and then that's understandable as well. Like, there can't be inequality if one side, like, isn't allowed to do one thing and the other side is, you know? So it's just for me personally, I just can't. It's not in me to do so. And it's coming from someone with a history of being abused, I still just can't do it. As I say, the proof is the fact of my history of being abused. I never tried to push back against the woman who did it. That looks like an antique doll. I view equality as less built on privileges and more expressed in consequence. Yeah, true. Is that called... Where is it? Oh, by the way, it is the golden gun. It literally is the golden gun. Okay, it is an antique doll. Alright. Where is Celeste hiding? Right, those three in the corridor. Byakuya's in there. Kyoko likes to chill there. Oh, is she going to be back in the dining room? Yeah. Oh, fun. One man, I feel for you. Makoto, I should tell you, I've recently seen the shadow of death upon you. Just a little joke. Should I hang out with her? Sure. It would seem I'm growing used to your deplorable face. It's another aspect of adaptation, I suppose. Oh, she doesn't just see us as nothing. She's like, despite her thinly veiled insult, I spent some time with her. Sympathy and compassion, is it not? Things are so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Look how quickly we've become close friends, Makoto. Have we?
Indeed.
So let me share with you something. I will tell you the biggest crisis I ever faced in my gambling life. So let's be honest. Wait, yes, you had a gambling crisis? What happened? A shadowy organisation was hosting a mysterious tournament. The game in which I participated was called King of Liars. King of Liars?
Are you okay
It was
with
quite a
this?
severe game. When you enter, they strip you of all your assets, money, property, everything. You must use your wisdom, cunning, and luck to battle through challenge after challenge. For the final match, I had to face off with an old duo. They called themselves the Honest Woman and the Liar Genius. Wow, they sound pretty scary.
Actually,
Oh, that part is not important. But during a break, I was careless and spilled some tea on my clothes. I was terrified that the stain would never come out. That was a very difficult time in my life. Huh?
honestly,
I was forced to win more quickly than I wanted, so that I could rush to the cleaners. I was able to get the stain out, but it was perilously close. If I'd waited even another hour, I would have been forced to throw out my favourite dress. That was her crisis? The biggest crisis she ever faced? I don't even know what to say. Just unlock the skill Menacing Focus. Gives you a pound of back, you earned it. Also Hunger Games, yeah. I was really dizzy from Celeste's fearsome past. I went back to my room. Is her report card maxed out yet? I feel like we're getting there. Still time left in the day. Never not seeing it. Maybe I'll go explore. No, there's still more. Okay. You know what, Makoto? I'll effing play. I don't blame you this time. Yeah. She's still not maxed up, but we've got both the skills we can get up. The Menacing Focus, I think, gives us more focus in the mini games. Oh, I really want to hang out with Kyoko. I'm like forcing myself to not. As she's in her room, it'd be a bit just barge on her door. Hey, let's hang out. She's like, I'm in my room, trying to mind my own business. Nah, hang out with me. Just once, just for me. I'm gonna save first because I don't know what she likes and I don't want to just piss her off. Just gonna stop barging into her room. She's a wise, well-behaved woman that comes across extremely privileged. Oh, Celeste, yeah. Ding dong. Do you need something from me? You wanna hang out?
So...
I suppose a change of pace is necessary sometimes. Fine then, why don't we take a little break? I'll hang out with her. I'll hang out with Celeste again in chapter 3. Don't worry. But I got. This is for me. This is a time of Kyoko doing nothing in particular. Yeah, so she enjoyed it. Kyoko and I grew a little closer today. Would you like to give her a present? Back to the guide. What does she love? I know I just saved whatever. Dangan. It's terrible that there's so many words I don't know how to spell. Yeah, I know how to spell Danganronpa without even thinking about it. What does Miss Kirigiri like? Coffee. Blueberry perfume. Rose in Virtuo, we have that as well. Cherry blossom. She likes bouquets, so getting like 10 flowers worked out. She likes flowers. Aww. And Bajobo dolls. Below loves, the first thing she likes is the golden gun. She's a gamer. Let's give her some coffee.
Thank you.
Thank you. This really means a lot to me. I think Kyoko is pleased something I gave her makes me happy. I'm gonna put you away to Kyoko. I can't help it, alright? Kyoko's great. Are you scared, Makoto? Huh?
Hey.
Being trapped in a place like this. It wouldn't be. Of course I'm scared being trapped in this insane school.
Correct.
That's good. That's good?
So...
Fear is proof that your imagination is functioning. Frankly, I feel bad for anyone who can't feel fear.
Whew.
Without imagination, you can never deduce which action to take next. But what about you? You seem totally calm, you don't act afraid at all.
Wrong.
I'm scared too, of course. I simply hide my emotions. There's no advantage to be gained from letting others see how you feel. You hide, huh?
Correct.
What I mean is, I'm not as foolishly open as you are. Foolishly open?
Listen.
Also, the fear I experience is a little different from yours, I imagine. What do you mean?
So...
You're afraid of what you might lose, right?
Correct.
But I'm afraid of what I've already lost. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I know. She didn't bother answering any further. She just turned and... Goodbye. With that, she was gone. Well, we're still just getting to know each other. Maybe we'll talk more next time. I don't think I understand her at all yet. More skill points. Reads off as intentional, rather convenient that you have literally everything Kyoko likes. Hey look, it's the Gangacha. I don't decide this shit. Been in my room for a little while. I think that's the last free time of this chapter. I don't think there's a third day. They don't like giving third days for free times. I'm being a little hungry. I guess I'm going to eat before it's nighttime. Go to the dining hall then. Alright, so I know, but one man, I get to play this game with you. If you're unaware, who do you think's going to be the victim? Who do you think's going to be the next to die? I just wanted to get something to eat. I'm about to get roped into something like this. Actually, no. I guess I'm already roped in. What are these two doing here? Hey, Makoto! Perfect timing! What's going on?
Hey, damn it.
I have a favor to ask. A favor? I have a bad feeling about this.
Listen to me.
You came at just the right time. It's asking for full cooperation.
Hey, damn it.
Say Celeste. I said no. That's chapter. I said wait until chapter 3 with her. This is chapter 2. Witness to what?
What?
After chapter 3, you lose access to talking to Celeste because she's involved with case 3. I won't specify if she's the victim or the killer, but she's involved. So this is case 2. Who do you think the victim's going to be? This guy's been talking shit about me since day 1, calling me a coward and shit like that. You are a coward. That's why you turn to violence to solve your problems. Come on, though, then. Well, we'll see. That's why you can't do what society asks of you, while you walk around dressed like that. The fuck you say? You don't know shit.
You hear me?
You already lost to yourself, but you're such a coward you don't even realize it. So what, you're saying you're not a coward? You think you're tougher than me? I know I am. Alright then, let's throw down. Ooh, you got what I don't got. I accept your challenge.
What?
So that's what's happening, Makoto. You gotta be our witness. You're gonna like, start punching each other, are you?
Hey,
There's a bathhouse on the first floor of the dorm, right? With a sauna inside. Watch the anime. It's okay. It's fine. You can cheat all you want. Cheaters never prosper. You're wrong. You're wrong. You'll find out. The bathhouse on the first floor of the dorm, right? With a sauna inside. I see. A simple endurance contest, is it? We're gonna see who can stay in the sauna the longest, am I right? Well, I say Mondo is involved in case 2, but he's not the victim. God damn straight. And cheating if you ain't caught. Yeah, fair. Anyway, in the bathhouse. Are you guys really gonna go through with this? Shit, yeah. He'll be done in a matter of minutes anyway. People like him are, without exception, all talk.
you wanna throw
Yeah,
down?
bring it on. Hell, let's make things interesting. We don't want to win without a challenge, right? Interesting.
You son of a
We're gonna
bitch.
battle with all our clothes on.
Ridiculous.
That's idiotic. Suicidal.
You wanna fight?
What, you afraid? You're going to regret this.
Stop fucking
Shut up and let's do this. Oh my god, Taka's as ripped as Mondo is. Hey, Mondo?
God, asshole.
Oh no, they're talking.
You can take off your uniform, you know? Go ahead. I won't judge.
And you can shut the fuck up and mind your own business. I mean, look at you. Your face is all red. What are you, one of those goddamn hot spring monkeys?
Just so happens, I was born with a red face.
You don't have to act all big, man.
Act, you say? I'm still plenty good to go. I'm so good, I could eat a steaming hot bowl of soup right now.
Are they okay? I tried to push my concern aside. A few minutes passed, and a few dozen, and an hour.
Don't you think it's about time you gave up?
What about you? You can't even hardly talk. Dumbass.
Say whatever you want. I'm still totally good to go. In fact, I'm starting to feel kind of cold.
That's probably not good.
Hey, guys, I know you both want to prove how big of badasses you are, but don't you think you've done enough? I just can't win. They're fine, Makoto. I've seen this before. Universe Nepgear and V2. They'll end up being best bros. Yeah, it's now 10 PM, so everything's gonna stop closing, so you have to go to bed. Hey, did you hear that? It's nighttime. Why do we call it a tie?
In a true competition, there's no such thing as a tie. You win or you lose. That's the only thing that matters.
Listen to you, you son of a bitch, and bring it on. I'll push you right up to the gates of hell.
The gates of hell? That's not a good place to push someone. This isn't good, guys. Yeah. You hear him. Better crawl on back to your room. I'll let you know how it went in the morning. Then you can start spreading my legend. Come tomorrow morning. You'll fall down in front of me. Down on your knees. I'll show you where to do it. Big talk from someone whose face is about to explode. Right back at ya. Okay, well, good night then. Makoto's like, alright, bye, you two. I really hope those two don't overdo it. Well, I'm short to the death. Nah, they wouldn't go that far. The concern stayed with me, that's why he succumbed to sleep.
If fate does exist, does that mean your future is decided the moment you're born?
Wins in my opinion, in, by the way.
If all your yesterdays pile up to create your tomorrow, is your future as final as your past? I just don't know.
I'm still alive because I don't know. That's why I desperately cling to life.
Bing dong, bing bong.
Good. Get ready.
Morning, huh? I hope Mondo and Taka survived. Worried about the two of them, I hurried to the dining hall more quickly than usual, and when I entered... What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro? What the?
Yo.
Hey, Makoto. Oh, thank you so much for acting as our witness yesterday. Are they friends now? They've been like this all morning. They're all buddy-buddy as soon as they walked in. It feels gross. Called it.
What?
Feels gross? Hell no. Feels great, more like. It almost feels like sexual harassment somehow. Forget her, bro. A girl like her just doesn't get our manly bond. Friendship between men is stronger than blood. A woman could never understand.
Ain't that right?
What you just said? Bro, that was cool as shit. I could just get a tattoo of it.
Without a doubt.
No, bro, you mustn't. Your body is a temple, given to you by your loving parents. So, who won the contest?
Piece of shit.
Who gives a shit?
Got it.
Yeah, don't ask stupid questions. What matters is that we both took part in it together. That's completely different from what you were saying last night.
I see.
Friendship between men seems very simplistic. Nothing like what I'm used to with girls. Yeah, real. All throughout breakfast that morning, the room was dominated by Mondo and Taka's overpowering brotherhood. All in all, it was a pretty unfortunate experience. What should I do today? Who could that be? We come to visit, open the door, and someone forced their way in. Oh god, what do you want, Taka? Toko. Taka's the guy we were just talking to. Toko, what's the matter?
What's your
Why
problem?
are you so surprised? Am I really that annoying? You have no idea Sakura how true that is. It's simple as best. Yeah, I can be. Annoying? Well, I already know I'm annoying. I came here knowing that, so it makes it okay. No, you're not annoying. I was wondering what was going on. I have a favour to ask. I want you to go somewhere with me. And where do you want to go? Well, library. Huh? You looking for a book or something? Why don't you just ask Byakuya? He spends all his time in the library anyway. Did I say something wrong? You're not a blabbermouth, right? This has to be a secret. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about, but you want me to be quiet, I'll be quiet. Then let's go to the library. Okay, I got it, the library. Jeez, what's so pushy? Usually I was going to start on a date. No, it's... You'll see. Quiet. Be quiet when you go in. Don't let him see you. It actually was starting to get annoying, but I did what she said and gently crept into the library. And surprisingly, Byakuya was there by himself, absorbed in a book.
He's here. He's really here. Okay, Makoto, go talk to him. What? Stop being so loud. Just hurry up and go talk to him.
You go talk to him if you want to so bad.
I can't. I don't want to interrupt him.
She's not asking us on a date, she's asking us to wingman. That's kind of crazy. She has a thing for Byakuya. He seems to be really focused on that book. It seems the best time to talk to him. Hey you. What are you doing back there? I was even having to look at you. Oh, so you noticed me, huh?
Naturally.
Of course. Now hurry up and leave. And take her with you. Byakuya? Remember how you said, don't be a woman who dominates weak men, be a woman dominated by a strong man? I never said that. Well, actually, I just thought it sounded like something you might say. Get out. And go take a bath, you smell. Don't make me say it again. Go now, before your stench latches onto the entire room. Okay. He really dug into us there. Maybe he's in a bad mood. He seems super depressed. Did he really upset her that much? You're losing him, girl. Byakuya, you go that far. You must really concerned about me. Huh? He told me to take her bath and everything. You must really care about my well-being. Hey, Makoto, what do you think? Think? About what? Do you think Byakuya and I would be good together? Well, now, I don't really know. That's true. There's no way to know. But the distance between us doesn't change our love. Because as soon as you realize your feelings, the love is born. That's how love works. Okay. There might come a day where you understand. Maybe someday. Well, bye.
Ah, young love. Ugh. Who would ever have guessed she would go that far for someone like him? But eager passion can be so scary. Sometimes that leads people off in the wrong direction.
It's okay. In the spin-off Ultra Despair Girls, it's implied that although she still has an obsession with Byakuya, she starts to get a crush on Makoto's younger sister. And she gets a bit conflicted. Because, yeah, Makoto has a little sister called Komaru. And in Ultra Despair Girls, it's Komaru and Toko for most of the game. And throughout the course of it, although she's still obsessive with Byakuya and a bit weird with it, you can kind of see it. There's glimmers where she kind of gets a little bit too close and wants to be closer with Komaru and doesn't really know how to handle herself. It's the difference between her obsessive love and a genuine crush, and it's her learning the difference. But that's just most of it's only implied, but it's still. Since that game never got a follow-up and their story never got continued beyond that one spin-off, you can kind of make up what you want after that. So I don't know, I feel exhausted. Same, Makoto. Maybe I'll head back to my room for now. Still some time left in the day, what to do? Oh, there's another free time? Oh, I thought that was it. Oh, I thought everything kicked off now. I think it's because the second game uniforms everything. In the second game, they uniform it to always 2 days of free time. And so I just remember it being that way. Right. Since we have another one, I imagine we only have one event though, since the first event was... Oh. Is she not in her room? No, she's not. Where is she? She's up to the hallway? What's she doing up here? Where? Have you running Kyoko? Oh, there you are.
Why?
But lucky you don't hear exhausted. I felt like I lost 20 years seeing that. We set all this up. Now, why did they choose us? So many mysteries.
Wow.
Well, I'm in no position to tell you what to do. You're free to do as you wish, right? I have my own way of doing things. Joe and Kyoko searched the school. We didn't really say anything to each other. But she enjoyed the company. That was... I'm not going crazy, right? That was one of the things she liked. Hang on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it means a lot to me. This is something that makes me happy. Quiet as ever. She doesn't like to waste her words. Hey, Kyoko.
And?
If you're expecting conversation, don't. There's no need for it. But I mean, when you think talking is important, I feel like we're going to get out of here. We need to be on the same page. And to do that, we need to get to know each other. You could certainly make the argument that forming friendships may help prevent killings.
So...
But, are you asking for some kind of deep connection? Huh?
Because...
You could just be deceiving us, pretending to be everyone's friend so you can gather information. No, that's not...
Why?
Well then, let's do a quick test, shall we? A test?
That's right.
If you're as gung-ho on friendship as you claim, this should be an easy question. Okay, so let's answer your question, is that it?
So then...
Are you ready? You consider Hina one of your friends, yes?
And?
If that's true, what's her ultimate ability? Oh, that's an easy one. Hina is... She is a swimmer. She's training for the Olympics and has a nice body. Hina's the ultimate swimming pro, of course.
Correct.
Well, asked and answered.
It would seem...
Then your pleas of camaraderie are true. Of course! Yes, of course. Such a foolishly open person as you could never lie. Everyone would know right away. Again, with just foolishly open stuff.
So then...
Okay then, as promised, what would you like to know about me? Let's see. What school did you used to go to before you came here?
So...
Before I came here? I guess I was living abroad. Abroad? Is it an exchange program? Or do your parents work overseas or something? My parents? I suppose... What are the question marks? Anyway, okay, so she was living abroad because of her dad's job. What kind of work does he do? Foreign government? Top secret clearance? What question marks? Okay, so he does top secret work for other governments. All I can think of is assassin. I kept my end of the deal. Did you?
Goodbye.
This should be enough, right? I'm leaving now. Actually, we've been waiting for a reply. She's so full of mystery. The English had to say just add even more mystery on top of everything. At least we're a bit closer to Kyoko. More skill points. So we're done. Head back to my room for a little while. Yeah, and that's it. Now I think that's it for all our free time activities.
Night, all students, please gather in the gym immediately. Emergency! Emergency!
Gather in the gym? Oh, why now all of a sudden? I really don't like the sound of this. A terrible feeling. Hey, Kyoko. Oh, Kyoko, do you hear the announcement? Yes. I don't want to go, but you don't have any other choice, right?
Right.
I can't imagine it's going to be good news, but it's not a good idea to defy him here and now.
Goodbye.
So I'm going on ahead. I can't do anything except for what Monokuma tells me. Hey Mondo, how we doing?
Yo.
Hey man, you about to head in? Yeah, has anyone already gone on ahead? No sad way. I don't like it, but nothing good's gonna come from ignoring that goddamn bear. Mondo, you sure you're okay? I went all out in that sauna.
What?
Huh? You went all out. That shit didn't even faze me. But you know, there at the edge of hell, a promise between men was waiting for me. Never saw it coming.
Yo.
Anyway, let's get our asses to the gym. Something unique must happen between the two of them. What about you, Fumi? What are you thinking? Hey, Fumi, how come you haven't gone in yet?
What?
Why is that?
Mr. Naive, don't scare me like that.
Sorry, should we really go inside?
No, don't go. You can't go.
That's what my ghost friend is telling me. I don't feel good about that either, but we can't just ignore this.
Damn, that's true too. I guess we have no choice.
I have to go too. Asking us to gather together all of a sudden like this. What could he possibly want?
Well,
Indeed, what might await us this time? He keeps things interesting, that's for certain.
How is that funny? Can't you smile like a normal person once in a while? Like how the housewife in a classic TV show smiles at the end of an episode?
What the heck?
Is that something totally messed up with you if you can laugh at a time like this? Which of us is actually messed up?
Huh?
What's that supposed to mean? Nothing in particular. Just admiring, that's all. I don't want to kill anyone, also don't want to stay here, living in blind denial day after day. I'm just admiring how you could live like that and still keep your sanity.
What is this?
I'm not in denial. That reminds me. Remember how you kept talking about how the police or whoever would come to help us? How'd that turn out? It seems to me there's no sign whatsoever of possible rescue.
Well...
That's just...
Huh?
Wonder what actually happened.
certainly.
It's strange, that's true. There's no way the police wouldn't know about it. We're right in the middle of a major urban area.
The police suck!
On the contrary, the mastermind may be just that powerful to take control even of the police.
Could it be?
Oh, but it might not be related, but... Then don't say it. Nope, gotta say it.
Not like
It's
some
about last
custom
night. I was near the main hall and started staring off into space, and all of a sudden I heard it. You heard what? A sound that I don't even know what it was. What kind of sound? Like I said, I don't really know. But if I had to describe it, it was like a construction site, I guess. A construction site?
Serious?
I mean, I could just be making it up. I mean, just barely heard anything. And you definitely made it up. Must have been the sound of the ocean in that head of yours. I have no idea who's saying that. Say what you talking about, Toko. Oh, it's Monokuma. Of course it is.
What you talking about, Toko?
His hair is so large at his own gravitational pull. He's arrived.
What Hero heard wasn't the sound of construction, but it could have been an explosion.
Huh?
Or maybe a machine gun. Boo-boo-hoo. Oh, that kind of sounds like construction in a way.
What are you talking about?
Beyond this point, my mouth is zipped, my lips are sealed, I am fully puckered. It's a secret little secret.
Fine, let's move on to what you can tell us. Why did you call us all here?
Say what?
You don't beat around the old bush, do ya? Ready for me to get to the point, huh?
If
But before that, you mind if I vent a little? I'm low on energy these days. My stitching's even losing its all its shine and luster. I'm thinking it's probably because of all this ho-hum, boring old everyday life. I'm looking for something with a little more stimulation, something rife with danger and intrigue.
Yep.
Listen, can I just be frank? The next Blackard hasn't shown up yet, and I'm getting bored.
Hey.
So I've decided to come up with a new way to motivate you.
Motivate? Is this another set of videos or something? Are you going to show us some demented thing to try and drive us to the murder?
Drive you to murder? Oh, what a mean thing to say. Just awful.
I don't know what you've got planned, but we're not going to kill each other anymore. No matter what you do, I swear to God we won't.
That's very big talk. Do your very best to back it up, okay? Now then, with your permission, let me begin. So this time, it's embarrassing memories and secrets. As long as you're alive, it's a given that there's things you don't want other people to know about you. So I did a little investigating of my own, and I dug up some of your darkest secrets.
And those embarrassing memories and secrets are all contained in the envelopes I have right here. I'm going to hand them out now, so take a second to take a peek.
As Monokuma spoke, he tossed the envelopes at our feet, and I quickly snatched the envelope with my name written on it, and nervously pulled out what was written inside, and my entire body suddenly went rigid. Makoto wet the bed until he was in 5th grade.
What? How?
How did you find out about this? They started talking at once.
You have 24 hours. If someone doesn't become the Blackened by then, all of your deepest, darkest, most embarrassingest secrets will be exposed to the world. Maybe I'll roll by a crowded intersection in a van strapped with loudspeakers and spill the beans. Yeah! Oh, wouldn't that be so embarrassing?
So that's what you meant by motivate.
Yep, you got it. They're all pretty unpleasant, trust me. None of you want me to reveal that stuff, right?
It's definitely something I'd rather people not know, but we definitely never kill over something like that.
What'd you say?
He's right. Your plan is doomed to fail. No one's gonna murder someone for that kind of thing. Monokuma, I don't have any embarrassing things to expose.
Oh no. Is it because, for better or worse, your memory is still a way to connect to the outside world? I have stuff I wouldn't want anyone to know no matter what, so I assumed you'd all be the same. Which is why I put so much effort into preparing this next motive. Man, you're saying you really won't kill each other over this stuff? Oh, that just sucks. Well, what can you do? Okay, then in 24 hours, I'll expose all your secrets just to make myself feel a little better. So sad, so depressed, fare not well.
With an almost convincing look of depressed dejection on his face, Monokuma receded into the gym's depths. Don't know what to expect at first, but maybe we dodged a bullet on this one. I mean, yeah, having no secrets revealed is going to be totally embarrassing, but that's seriously not enough to give someone a reason to kill, right?
Listen to me.
Good news, everyone! I have a brilliant idea. Why don't we all just confess the secrets in those envelopes right here and now?
Without a doubt.
If we do that, any and all motive for murder will vanish. Pretty smart, right?
Quiet down.
Okay, so my embarrassing thing is I don't want to hear your stupid story. What? Besides, I don't want to talk about it. I don't care what anyone says. I don't want to talk about mine. Man, it's sad because people won't kill each other.
As for me,
Neither do I. Just because it's unpleasant. Because it's impossible.
Well, it's just human nature, so when I hear it when you say it's impossible, come on, it'll be good for you.
Absolutely not.
It's okay, just a little bit. Come on, come on, come on.
As I said,
Here we go.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I said I don't want to talk about it, human bag of lard.
Say what?
I agree with them. There's no need to discuss it. What do you think, Chihiro?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I don't really want to talk about it right now. I also don't want to leave things the way they are. So maybe I'll talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong. Then I can tell everyone.
So,
If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I'm not super excited to talk about it either.
That's true.
If anyone's that much against it, even my bros when I suggested it, gotta say no. Well, that's okay then. Either way, it's just a few secrets. I'm sure nobody's about to kill anyone over it. And if you're right, the secret's so bad you gotta kill someone to keep it. No one's gonna get something like that, right? Okay, I'll stop with all the secret talk, but each of us has 24 hours to get ready. Having our secrets exposed isn't going to be fun, but it's not like we're gonna die because of it. So you know, don't do anything hasty.
The way you keep repeating it makes me kind of worry even more.
Okay, sorry. I know it's gonna be tough, but... The secret is that I'm not a goth Lolita girl.
This is a school I have.
And now it's the usual nighttime announcement.
Okay then. Sweet.
Nighttime already, huh? Alright, let's go on in a day. I like how Yasuhiro is not even remotely worried. Because we already know half of his embarrassing secrets. Like how he was conned into spending nearly 1 million yen into buying a fake crystal ball. Kentucky, you're the one that does the deed, aren't you?
Of course.
Good idea. Need to prepare for tomorrow.
I was left with anxiety, I just couldn't shake, but we left things as they were and left things as they lay. One by one we headed back to our rooms. Secrets and memories you don't want anyone to know about. A way to connect to the outside world. It's been super sus. Honestly, all that crap Monokuma was spouting didn't have any effect on me. There's no way anyone would kill over stuff like that. At least that's what I thought. But maybe I was being super optimistic. Which is probably why, without too much of a struggle... Geez, I'm more tired than usual. Super tired today. I fell asleep. But what I didn't know is that even then, a tragedy was taking place.
Hey, do you have a second? I want to confide in you. It's about the prevailing world attitude right now. The difference between passive and active, I mean. For example, it's the difference between like, oops, I killed him, and yeah, that's right, I killed him. Amazingly, there are tons of people who don't understand the difference. Can you believe it? But there's a huge difference between oops and that's right. You know what I'm saying, right? Anyone can kill in the heat of a moment, but surprisingly few can do it with calculated intent. To make that choice, then put it into action, it's way harder than just letting your emotions lead you. It's all about preparation, resolve. So maybe you're wondering, what's the point I'm trying to make?
I'm not totally sure myself.
Come on, Kudo, stop talking. What, my voice for him, or just Monokuma's lines? Morning. Good morning.
Good morning!
Nice reaction. I'm glad to see you didn't disappoint.
What are you doing here?
Yep.
I went to spice things up, so instead of a school of announcement, I decided to wake you up in person.
What the hell for?
Because it's fun.
Monokuma himself.
As long as I'm here, I figured I'd let you hear it right from the bear's mouth.
Yeah, what?
Are you sure you should be acting this laid back? I mean, even though something happened to one of your buddy classmates.
What?
Say what?
What? Your face is all blue, like someone on the verge of death.
What happened? What are you talking about? Talking for the sake of talking? Yeah, that's like most of Monokuma's thing.
That's for me to know and you to find out. Good luck.
The whole point of Monokuma is that he's supposed to be insufferably annoying because he's the one controlling all of you anyway and gets to see what he wants, because if you challenge him, you die. But let's be honest, it's gonna sound terrible, I kind of started to find him endearing as the series went on and less annoying. He has his moments, but I was kind of like, he's just kind of a little shit, you know? It's Monami in Danganronpa 2 that I found just annoying, and it's the Monokubs in V3 that were genuinely insufferable. I literally would skip their dialogue, they were so annoying. Because imagine 5 Monokumas, but all of them are more childish, and all of them talk in succession of each other, and have to announce their presence every time they show up, and you get an idea how annoying the Cubs are. I always say, like, if they ever make a 4th game, and they're so adamant that in every single game Monokuma needs to have a new sidekick / assistant, make it a silent bodyguard, please. Something's happened to someone. Was it? No, it can't be. There's no way someone would... What if... No, what ifs are pointless, especially now when... The dining hall. I need to get to the dining hall. Reacting hatred on him, or just no apathetic. Yeah, fair. Ah, Makoto. Are you okay?
Hey.
Did Monokuma talk to you too?
Hirohino, Sakura, and... Hi, Byakuya. You're the only ones here. Where's everyone else? Either they're already off trying to verify what Monokuma said, or they've fallen victim to the something that Monokuma mentioned. The something?
Perhaps.
It can't be, as it happened again.
Murder. After hearing what Monokuma had to say, the worst possibility forced its way into my mind. It took everything I had to drive that thought away. So if something really did happen, does that mean someone did it because of what happened yesterday?
Huh?
It can't be. That stuff was just a bunch of old memories. Just old memories? Don't be so sure about that. Clearly someone felt it was more important than that. Huh? To judge someone else's values based on your own outlook. Do you realize how dangerous that is?
What the heck?
What? Why did you say something yesterday?
Naturally.
Did you already forget? This isn't a co-op game. It's every man for himself. What good does it go for me to go out of my way to help you?
Just the word.
Stop saying that already. There's something wrong with him, for serious. Did he get brainwashed or something?
Wait,
That's not important. What matters right now is that we find out what's happening.
that's fine.
She's right. Let's split up and begin looking. The game is afoot. I should really hang out with Sakura a little bit. She ends up being one of my favourite characters in this game. It's entirely because of one of the later chapters. She's just really well written. Alright, Hero, what you found? Hey, Makoto, honestly, what do you think? About what?
For serious.
About Byakuya. He's been brainwashed or what? I don't know. You'd know more about that kind of thing than me, right? What? What's that supposed to mean? Well, I mean, you're some kind of psychic, right?
Hey.
Listen, Makoto, I think you completely misunderstood what it is I do. Okay, listen, fortune telling is like...
Well?
It's totally different from brainwashing or hypnosis or any of that pseudo-scientific bullcrap. I need you to understand that. So you want me to think fortune telling isn't pseudoscience? Sorry, but I don't want to get yelled at. Yeah, sorry, Yasuhiro. I've been the ultimate clairvoyance. Doesn't give me much faith. Where are we? There it is. I know where we're aiming for. People don't talk. Brainwashed people don't talk as saliently as Byakuya. Huh? The door's open. It isn't supposed to be locked.
For this investigation, I have unlocked the doors. Please look around to your heart's content.
Yeah, also further confirmation someone is dead. Investigation?
It's all clear.
So
now.
just as I thought. Byakuya!
I see.
Judging from what he just said, there can be no doubt a murder really has taken place. Come on. And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room. He was muttering as if talking only to himself. While waiting for a reply, he pressed his hand on the girls' locker room door, and the door swung open without a sound. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Emotional irrationality that simply prompts severe case terminal confirmation bias. What? And I learned something for me to comprehend the reality of what I was looking at. Or as soon as I did. Ah! A wild, almost primeval scream escaped from my mouth. And there ends the daily life as we enter the deadly life. The investigation begins. What the fuck? Yeah, Chihiro is the next victim. I tried to suppress my screaming, but it was useless. It surged out of me like water from a spring gushing out of the ground. Byakuya, on the other hand,
Very
most unusual, don't you think? He was totally calm, almost as if he was watching this all unfold in front of a TV screen. Look, Chihiro's corpse has been suspended somehow, and something's been written on the wall, in blood. Bloodlust. Such a brutal way to kill someone. No, this is beyond brutal. Wouldn't you agree? They killed her! How could it not be brutal? No, that's not my point. The murder is far too bizarre for any everyday amateur to have committed it. Unlike with Sayaka, this murder was not a crime of passion or necessity. It's almost as if whoever did it for fun. You see what I mean, don't you? What? My head was swimming, as I was still reeling too, confused to understand what he was trying to say. Before I could even begin to clear my head, hey, I heard screaming, did something! Ah! Chihiro! Pink blood, yeah.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
What the hell was that? Oh, you're right. That's right, you were unconscious during Sayaka's, so you don't know about it. What you just heard was the body discovery announcement. Apparently, when 3 or more people discover a body, an announcement plays to let everyone know. I imagine it's so that the search for the culprits can proceed fairly with everyone involved. Proceed fairly? The body discovery announcement, then Chihiro really is... Yeah, I don't think she's alive from that. Call it a hunt. Oh, that was a wild primeval scream. What did Makoto's was a girly man scream? Don't worry, if you want to hear a real primal scream from Taka's voice actor, wait until later on. Actually, it's going to be in this live stream, so I want to cover case 2. There's another scream that man gives later on, and it's like the most, like, it went straight to my fucking soul. I can't stress enough. You'll see what I mean when we get to it. Dead, yes. Before you start screaming your head off, go around everyone up. It seems another game's begun. Another life or death game to uncover a killer. Taka bolted out of the locker room. As everyone made their way to the scene, it felt as if no time at all had passed. It's like my sense of time had just taken wing and flown away. When I finally came back to myself, I saw everyone had the same look of confusion, fear and anger. We all just stood there, gathered around Chihiro's body. Damn. I couldn't keep her safe. There's another victim. Which means we are now in the same position once again. Fuck, man. What the fuck is this?
It's a dream. This is a dream. It's all just a dream. In fact, I haven't even been born yet. I don't have any memory of you being alive. Ugh.
Shut up. For now, pay attention to the wall. Huh? I said it once already. There's a word written here on the wall. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood.
So...
I don't think there's any kind of dying message. It's just too strange. But you know, the thing about writing bloodlust in blood, doesn't it sound kind of familiar? A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. And at the scene of each crime, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. What way of putting it? Yeah, let Hifumi do his thing. They're like a ghost, attacking silently, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack! Genocide Jack, the murderous fiend who grisly attacks were famous all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend, creating a reputation of abnormal, downright cruel killings. So then, some copycat killer is trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style? But why would anyone do that? Perhaps it's the work of the real Genocide Jack. The real? Wait, are you saying Genocide Jack's here in the school?
No way!
There's no way. But going as far as to write bloodlust at the scene, I'm surprised at their stupidity. I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer.
What is it now?
Toko. He was pointing towards the entrance of the girl's locker room. So it was the last to arrive, and she was just standing there. Oh yeah, Toko doesn't respond well to blood.
No. What? Why? Why?
She doesn't respond well to seeing blood. She fainted. Oh, that did not sound good. Toko. Ina rushed over to the collapsed Toko and started trying to shake her awake. Toko, you okay? Hey, come on, wake up. Yeah, that's right. I just remembered what she said about how she fainted every time she sees blood. Oh, so she is hebephobic. I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then. Do you watch many, Celeste? We'd get along a lot better if you did. Isn't it a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she's passed out somewhere besides a room. No, I think she'd be okay. The regulations prohibit sleeping, like, on purpose. So since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count. Gotcha.
Just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? Hey, you gotta wake up. And as she heard her, Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying. My dream is a nightmare. Such a strange reaction. I was so lost for words. She leapt straight into the air, changing her stance as she did. In no time flat, she was just standing, ignoring her physical contortion she had to go through. Her motions were totally haphazard. What? Sorry about that. I was just shocked, you know. It happens, right? Was I the only one? Toko? Are you... okay? I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, you dead? What the heck? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. Where is a front and a back? A top inning and a bottom to see a truth and a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different. Too much into it? Yeah, probably. No, everything's fine. At least the stutter's all gone. It's a good thing, right?
I see.
It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant. It might be best we take her back to her room for the time being. I don't mind taking her, but can someone help me? You need help. I don't, but Taka, could you help me?
Why? She totally ignored me.
Very well. You take care of the girl, and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. Can I assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again? Hold on a second. Rushing to an investigation? The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you realize that.
Don't make me repeat.
There is no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone among us. Moving on. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course!
Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing. It's just a fact of life. Because that's how graduation works.
Then it happened again. Is that what you're saying? There's another one of us. They need to figure out liars in their wording. Alright. But to be fair, it's a good mentality to have, to like hyperfixate. Well, not hyperfixate, but just pay attention to what people say. Because it's already been slightly alluded to who's involved in this. And if you've paid enough attention, and because I know who it is, I noticed it. It's already been alluded to. It actually was alluded to before we discovered the body. Who's involved in this? The first hint was actually genuinely that early on, but because you were rushing in your investigation, you might have missed it. Were one of us killed? Fellow classmate?
What, does that freak you out? You guys got no balls, you know that? Is it just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want. Actually, I don't have any either, sorry.
Another hint that it's actually a girl. Stop monologuing and give us what you came to give us. You did bring it, right?
Yeah, I saw it, chum. I'd like to present the next Monokuma file. Oh, I know how much you've been looking forward to it. So please do your very tippy-top best on this investigation.
No way!
Really gotta do another investigation? Is somebody in the corpse of one of our friends? Having to suspect all our other friends?
Why?
I hate this. Can't take it anymore. I hate it too. Oh, I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
It's accepted already. After all, blood is just a liquid. Dead body is a simple object. You are very enthusiastic about all this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprits, we'll die. That's true, but to jump into it so soon. What? Do you want to die? Fine, then go off and die somewhere. Right now. Go ahead. You're a waste of space. Dead body is an object. Chihiro wasn't an object. Show her a little respect, or I'll beat some into you.
Calm down.
Everyone, stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth to what Byakuya said. Kyoko, if we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right, the genocide Jack is some other one who killed Chihiro, then unless we do something, more victims could start piling up.
Get more victims. We mess this up, we're all dead meat.
Hey!
Hold on. Let's not worry. Don't worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people. What? I don't remember any rule like that. I just came up with it. I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would be all over, right?
New rules, but as regulations. In that case, why not limit it to 1 person?
Hey!
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. Just one would totally murder that possibility. Farewell for now. I'll catch you guys at the glass trial.
It's almost too obvious. It's not who you think it is. Can't say I understand his thinking, but if I can kill up to... If we can... I nearly said I. So, no, I'm not going to paint Celeste a killer yet. But if we can kill up to 2 people, then 1 more person's life could still be in danger. Which is definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something happens.
You son of a
You need to shut the fuck up. Well, for now, Takara and me are going to drop Toko off in her room. Nice, I'm going to get dropped off.
There is nothing to be
We have
done.
no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation to sweet. If we don't solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro, then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife. That's true. I hate this, but I want to survive. Me and everyone else. We have to do it. We don't have any other choice. Alright, before we start the investigation, I'm going to let you guys enjoy Box 15, one of my favourite tracks in this game that's bopping in the background, and I'm going to go use the loo and refill my water, because Monokuma's voice, the voice I do for Monokuma does a number on me. So, back in just a mo. I am back. Although there's a remix of this we'll hear later on, I still like base box 15. The remix we get in chapter 5 is really good as well, but one thing at a time. Anyway, first of all, I'd better check the Monokuma file to see exactly what's going on. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death was to be around 2 AM. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the second floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. That's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point in complaining about it. No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. Koto, do you have a second? Huh? Do you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know. So, what did you need? I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation. Huh?
What?
I am purchasing your talent. The same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case. So, no, you seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation. That narrows it down. Yeah, girls' locker room, 2 AM. So you invited me to come with you? You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though.
Let's go.
Now then, shall we get started? But we need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around. I don't really know what just happened, but it looks like I'll be working with Byakuya on this one. I can feel the life draining from out my own body. It's a dead body. Chihiro's dead body. The more I look, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork. Well, but...
What?
But we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you want to say? I wonder about that. There's a dumbbell on the floor and there's bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the dumbbell. The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon? I don't imagine it could be anything else. Alright, evidence added, or truth bullet. The dude's no way in hell they had access to it. So who do you think it is then? And I'm curious to see if your opinion changes as the case goes on. Kyoko or Aoi for me? Fair enough. There's a fresh blood stain on the carpet. Must have been splattered on the blood during the murder. Both have got some blood on it. It must have happened during the murder. But bloodlust written on the wall. I mean behind bloodlust. Kyoko, what are you thinking? It's a good time examining Chihiro's corpse. She poked and prodded, going over every inch of the lifeless body. You're a very strange woman, you know, being able to touch a dead body with absolutely no trouble. She seemed to be concentrating pretty hard. It's like she can't even hear us. I use this locker room all the time. Now it's become the site of Chihiro's death. But why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else and carried here. She was very light, that is true. It wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her, but still. I think she came here of her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she really have been exercising that late?
Perhaps.
Hina! Hina is Aoi's nickname, by the way. Aoi when talking to Makoto, her ability being a swimmer. Yeah. Aoi is Hina's nickname because her last name is Ashahina, so everyone just calls her Hina. Just as though you know who they're talking about. Hina and myself usually in the locker room during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. So I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead she came to exercise in the middle of the night.
However...
Perhaps, but it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed supports from others. I think that's why I call her Aoi. And that's fine, so I'm just giving you the heads up, because they will nickname her Hina, so you know who they're referring to when they say that. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, in the same way that I call Taka, because that's literally like the shorthand of his name. I usually refer to the characters by their nicknames. Nicknames become a little less of a thing in the sequels, I think just to try and make it easier for the player to keep up, but in the first game, yeah, no, a lot of characters have nicknames. We'll come with someone else. That's a possibility, I think. I mean, even Celeste is a tech nickname. Celeste's actual name is Celestia. It's just everyone calls her Celeste instead. So Sakura's account's been added. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. Was it Chihiro's complex? I'm not wondering what that might be. Mondo's account. That one, I can't stress enough. More than you think was in Mondo's account, which is why he adds it as a truth bullet. Because I remember when I first got here, I was like, what was that about? It's just that Chihiro had a complex. What's the problem here? But no, that's actually relevant. No, I believe it's time for us to get a move on. Already?
What?
No, new clues will magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case. That's true,
Let's
but
go.
you're already satisfied. Let's hurry up and proceed. So pushy. I got caught with the wrong person this time. Yeah, I know. So it's our next location. Is it related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't look right. If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work on our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. Said that and quickly sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for
You
me?
called for me?
He's been domesticated?
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure, what's up? That complex. Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yes, the card reader has all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks.
You only enter the locked room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook. And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through. Well, the door is unlocked, correct? There is some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl.
The sealing mouse of Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter.
And that school regulation prohibits anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct.
So then, that means only girls can go into the locker room and only boys can go into the boys. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means, hey Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro is found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get
So
in
in
there.
other
As
words-
such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get that right?
Such.
Good lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer's been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine.
I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Tagami family. So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations.
Knowing you, I bet you created this on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things.
Yeah, no, you're treating me like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore, they're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it. Good.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that means someone would have had to loan it to her.
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your boot together. Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. Figure out the rest of your own damn self.
Ugh.
That's fine.
Well, I know you're unfortunately lacking in mental facilities, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. Main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. We came to the main hall. So what are we looking for here? Let me know to figure it out myself. There's a mailbox here. Is something inside? Oh, an e-handbook. No, wait, there's 3 of them. What are they doing here? So you actually finally found them. You know, these were here, Byakuya? I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. There seemed to be a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then, these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka. You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. Immediately turned on one of the handbooks, when I did. Of course it's Sayaka, of course it's the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend whose handbook you pick up immediately. Of all the ones you could pick up, oh, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole I revealed earlier. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I see. Yeah, now I understand.
What?
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
Strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. So that one won't turn on must be Leon's, right?
I see.
It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs? Oh, you meant, yeah, his death. The memory of it came flooding back. The cruel punishment was led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. A cruel, heartless death. It wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to be break during that kind of assault. Except...
Hey!
What?
That E-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily.
But it did.
If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't frickin' break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure, and it's waterproof like 100 meters. Okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with, it won't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point.
It does?
I can't hear
But
you.
it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
And it's also because if you know the secret of what breaks the handbooks, it completely gives away the case. That's why Monokuma's not telling you. If you figure out what breaks handbooks, you've solved the case.
What?
Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right?
Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken. But you might ask, how could that be?
Even the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact it's not turning on.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. Yeah, and that's where you fucked up, Yakuya. Don't you worry about it. You think so? Yeah, wait, something about it still bothers me. Okay then, that should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to figure out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Not quite? What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite? Certainly, I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Then you really believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat
Absolutely.
myself.
I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit of this case. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right? There's nobody else it could be. The murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre, abusive, and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he killed thousands of people, but that's got to be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented, psychotic killer like that? How would he know? You're not wrong to wonder. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Alright then, show us. What do you mean by that? Oh, it's just going to repeat it, isn't it?
Don't make me repeat.
I have a basis to believe that. I assure you Genocide Jack is one of us. Is it really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will prove all the evidence you need.
It's all clear.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence of that stuff like really... hey, you two. Who's this? Big trouble. Need your help.
I don't have time.
We're
to play
busy.
with
Leave us alone. But it's an emergency. Emergency. The guy says he thinks. Yeah, this is Byakuya. He has an endless list of arrogance and how firmly he believes in his convictions. He genuinely believes he's not wrong in anything he says. Come on, you gotta help me. It's a serious emergency. Please, please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina? But it's an emergency. Emergency? What happened? Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very
Since
strange.
it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me
repeat myself. I didn't expect that. I thought for sure you'd just say no and that'd be the end of it. Okay, come on, hurry. Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
It looks like she headed to the dorms, to Toko's room most likely. Yeah, you're right. Was a definitive of a speculative. Yeah, you guys are so slow. I mean, you're just too fast. It's almost like you're a professional athlete, Hina, and we're not. So, what's this emergency? Well, after what happened to the girls' locker room, they left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, she came back to check on her, see what she's doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out. She kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Might as well give it a shot. Swung open, slowly but silently. Holy crap. An aura of negativity flowed out from behind that door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
No way a person sure of himself will throw a definitive of a speculative. Yeah, I suppose. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. Don't worry, he's not being as speculative as you think. Byakuya, and this is a constant thing with all the cases, Byakuya knows more than he lets on. He just wants us to figure out parts of it as well. So he goes, perhaps this is what this means. And then you go find out that's like, actually, yeah, he knows more than he's letting on. What was that? I've been acting like this the whole time, and I rang a little while ago. What I'm getting at. Oh, to drive out the killer, to drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her there alone, so I tried to bust down her door, but it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. I was scared enough to even bar her door. Does she think the same as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that what Toko's so scared? Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there someone who might be able to persuade her? Hey Byakuya, she has a crush on you. Hey Byakuya, you could ask her to come out of the room, I mean.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever. Huh? You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Wow, I guess you can be nice when you want to. Byakuya stood in front of the door, making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments.
What do you want?
Oh, I thought she was gonna start talking again. Leave me alone. You're so annoying. Ah, Byakuya.
Byakuya.
It's Byakuya. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. And that door slammed shut. Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on. Hey Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. But if I say I don't know, it means I don't know. Just let's Hina take care of her. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll stay and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! I had to catch up. Also, poor Hina, we're just gonna leave her behind there to deal with Toko. I had to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back. They don't say anything. He's gonna walk in towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to the stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. Yeah, most of this case is just your ass getting dragged around by Byakuya, if you haven't noticed. The evidence that proves Genocide Jack really in the library? Don't make me say it again. I remember on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here?
Let's go.
It all makes sense once you're inside. Whoa, there's so many books and files. So much dust, too.
So in other
I wouldn't
words,
say there's enough value in this place to enjoy the dust. Oh, I would say, sorry. If you pay attention to your surroundings, you'll discover something of value yourself. AKA, check the books. You have a stuffed type with files. What do you think about it? Pick one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed. Select that file. Huh?
That's right.
That's a report from the presidential assassination. The original was kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up on for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I'll return the file to the shelf. There's so many files stuffed into the shelf. What are these things?
Enough.
Those documents are dangerous. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean like members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with the real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappear from it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there. Yeah, the Patriots and Metal Gear Solid are in it. You're kidding, right? I believe JFK was assassinated by the CIA, or am I reading too far into this reference? Take it how you want. They didn't specify any president. And this is also, you could just be taken as a work of fiction. They could just be some random other president. Don't worry about it. Am I? I'll just let it go for now. You can take it any way you want. It's a ton of thick files stuffed into a bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos of all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person would never want to look at, so be careful. What do you mean? All those files and investigation reports were related to different cold cases. They were all internal documents to police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you expect to leak. Oh. The wooden box is empty. Oh, judging by the smudge on the dust, so there was something inside. I don't know what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. I proved useful whilst I was in the library. Extension cord, huh? Ah, it's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, so I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. So you finally begin to understand the true splendor of this library. The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here. It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guy's problem. Everything that doesn't fit into your perceived reality, you label it a lie. Well, it's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have put all this together? I suppose it goes to show just how much Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have always wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it all so easily? Things that are so unusually impossible. Usually impossible when I can read.
What?
What do you mean usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple? Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents reviewed here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, there's no doubt. Hold on a second, you think you've read all these documents more than once? But all has to be like top secret confidential stuff, right? So why? My family is a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course. They're not so dusty. These classified documents. Yeah, it's just trying to show either Hope's Peak is really that powerful, or the mastermind is really that powerful to get them. Either or. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So in other
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council, and I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. To become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world backwards and forwards. Begging us to suspect him. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing. Beyond believing or not believing, Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what's always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports have always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. An excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favourites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases have been compiled in here, because there are so many. Allow me to quickly summarise the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. First characteristic, that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second, is when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood, and the victim's bodies are suspended. Say the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about the particular facts were members of the police and other higher ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about the aspect of each crime. So Genocide Jack did, yeah, but you did too, you son of a bitch. That still doesn't put you off the suspect list. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in that fashion. So how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. But the answer is quite simple. The culprit isn't a copyright killer, it's the real Genocide Jack. Ugh.
In other words,
That's right. There is the evidence that Genocide Jack was hidden of himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is such a brutal, fiendish killer really walking around among us? Dude's flexing? Yeah, he is.
interesting.
This guy's way too smart for his own good, and he might be up to something, but we'll have to see. Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? Never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what they've already seen? you might just manage to ferret out a clue or two. If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Give me the fucking book. Byakuya, about the genocide Jack face on. You let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it here, but you can't take it with you. Okay, hand me the file and I flip through the tense, nervous fingers. Does it even give me light Yagami vibes? Suddenly my hand stopped. I reached the page of photos to see each crime that had been collected. The name of Genocide Jack's victims ran on several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tenshiro Honda, 17. Shioji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Ouch, poor kid. Takashi Yoshida, 30. Komatsuna Taru, Takefumi Gono, Uchida Naohisha, Takeshi Basamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it, but one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killers counted as victims were killed and suspended in the exact same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was written on the victim's own blood. Now take a look at the next page, and you'll find another interesting tidbit. Next page. Do we need to see this exact same key art again? Or CG result? Wait, wasn't Chihiro hung by rope? Aha, you're catching on! Profiling results. All of the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. A most common time of killing take place on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it suggests that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene. When they did leave, they were in a panic. Because the eyewitnesses never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behaviour suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from a dissociative identity disorder.
So, in other words...
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. Split personality is the kind of thing you see on TV. So part of another totally unbelievable story. This one is totally unbelievable than anything else up till now. Or maybe it really isn't. Oh, I don't know. I feel like my mind's gone numb. But there's our key point. Alright, we should be going soon. Where are we going? Anyway, but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Oh wait, Byakuya. Those were hung by spiking scissors. Uh-huh. As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word, and hurried out to the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have something I need to take care of before the class trial. So all of a sudden, like that? Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he asked me to join him, he cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack, he's the one that killed Chihiro, and the murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find that out, no matter what it takes. It was dirty. Dirty's an abnormal, for an abnormal way. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go to investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I have to check out the boys' locker room too. And the others might come up with some info, it might be useful while I'm at it. Like, everything I can. Nope, too soon. It's here. I remember the map layout, I promise. Jesus, hi Fumi. Ding ding ding. Fumi has discovered evidence proving the identity of the culprit. Another stabbing grease for me. Evidence? What did you find? We cannot reveal that just yet. But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure about that? Oh yes. Miss Ludenberg said she witnessed something worthwhile too. Really? What'd she see? You refuse to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right? Right? Fumi. You... Anyway, so where's Celeste? The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time not there. What's it gonna be? We've got somewhere else to check out. We'll go to the warehouse, see what Celeste found. Strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Well, wrong carpet, and you also want to investigate the poster. Yeah, this poster. It's a particular boy band called Tornado. Someone doesn't quite seem to fit in with the boys' locker room. Before we head over to the warehouse to check on Celeste, though, we need to go back into the girls. Because we didn't actually really get to investigate much of this crime scene. Because, you know, we got pulled out by Byakuya so quick. But, why is there like a really feminine, sexy girl poster in the girls' changing room, yet a popular boy band poster in the boys' changing room? Only part, but big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. The old locker room doesn't even have any kind of place you'd find something like this. Oh, but wait, that reminds me. The poster in the other locker room is... Kiyotaka is oddly AWOL. There's something strange about this. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room is a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. But the posters have been switched? If they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about locker rooms. I feel life draining out my own body. Dead body. Jiro's... Oh, okay. Hey, Kyoko. Have you made any progress in your investigation? Generally speaking.
However...
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
Well...
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But,
So then...
before I go, let me give you a piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time. Thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
Goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. Guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing. That's something worth worrying about. I should examine the body one more time. I said thoroughly, but I have my limits. I'll give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Hands are bound with what looked like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up some kind of crucifix position. Huh? The rope has a plug? Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. The one more thing I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury is a blow to the head, which means someone struck her on the head in order to kill her. That's right. But there's an issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack files, something's not quite right. What does it all mean? The body has been attached to the true bullet section in your handbook. Well then, the only thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus it might help to look at Genocide Jack's case file one more time. So there's 2 places we need to go to. We need to go back to the archive in the library. Now, Byakuya isn't there, and we need to go talk to Celeste. We've already got Mondo's statement. I don't think he'll say anything new, right, if I talk to him? Yeah, dude. Yeah, okay, nothing new. I mean, it's in posters, but it seems odd that posters in the same room. That posters are in the rooms of the same sex. Yeah, yeah. You would think, stereotypically, the big booby lady poster would be in the boys' changing room, and the popular boy band would be in the girls' changing room. What time is it in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura? I mean, days since it opened up, since Hina and I use it together. Okay, then, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm
Sorry, I can't really say. I never really paid any attention to the posters. I see.
However...
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. You have protein? In the warehouse. Not the highest quality, but we don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. That sounds dangerous. It vibes that one of the characters may be LG or B. It's fair. Anyway, the other day, I spilled some of the carpet in the girls' locker room and it left a stain. A stain? I don't see any stains on the carpet now. Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain's gone. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up, but still, isn't it unusually clean, since there was never a stain to begin with? Stain. It's almost like... Where is it? There's a stain in the boys' room. I think we're done here anyway. We've got 2 places to go check out. We need to go back to the archive and we need to go talk to Celeste. Good of you to say that, Sakura. Well, if it's an odd detail you notice, it's an odd detail you notice. So when the box is empty, the extension cord was in there before. Oh, what? Oh, come on. I thought I would do it. There's lamp. One thing and put it over there. It's dark over there. Oh, thanks for the coins, I guess. My list as far as Byakuya, Sakura, Mondo, Celeste. Oh, they're your suspect list. No, it's gone. Someone take it out of the archive? You didn't want to do something like that. I don't think of anyone but Byakuya. Fair enough. Which one are you leaning on the most of the 4? So I think later dust on top of the desk. There's some other clue here. Guess not. Yeah, Toko's too obvious. Yeah, when everything's pointing to one person right at the start, it's not them. That's probably won't plugged in. Lamp cord's not long enough to reach the outlet from here. Last time I saw it, it's only on. It's only right here. Oh, that's right. Byaku's using an extension cord. Byaku and Mondo is a tie. But there's no extension cord here now. I wonder if... I think that's everything of interest in here. Said about that stain. Anyway, let's go to Celeste, which I will, if it will let me, walk to, because she's like the furthest fucking distance away. Oh, there's still something in the archive. Well, let's go talk to Celeste anyway. We'll come back. Well, there might still be something in the archive. It's just exclamating pointing everywhere of potential interest. That's all. I lied. Mondo has been silent, and Sakura blatantly lied. Alright, Celeste, what do you find? Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. There's absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but for anything related to the case, I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you. You'd see it was pointless. Then you did find something. Very well, I will tell you, and only you. Last night I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. Really?
Indeed.
It was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
And once again, I always like to point this out. In the in-game sprite, Celeste's hair's black, yet in all the key arts, for some reason, her hair's blue. I wonder why. I wonder if there was like a late change in the art design or something, but the CG was already done, or something like that. But in every CG art, her hair has got a blue tint, whilst when it's the in-game sprite, it's black.
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
And then suddenly it's back to black. Shorthand for a specific version of black. Oh, alright, I didn't know that. So I know there are a lot of things, because I said originally this game was very different. The original version of the prototype of Danganronpa was a radically different, far more vicious beast. And it had a lot less like anime-ness to it that the final product got. But when they first sent it off, Spike weren't too keen, and so they made some changes to not lighten it, but just make it a bit lighter. Infamously, Monokuma's design was the one that was changed the most. He originally wasn't a bear. He was a humanoid figure, which one side was skin, the other was just flesh. Sort of like Two-Face, where it was the whole body, and it was naked. That's my reference point. Oh, fair. She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost as if she was trying to hide it. Just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have ever happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of a track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. Celeste's account. Oh, we are still missing something. It's piled up everywhere. Is anything but noteworthy? Piled up everywhere. Towels, jackets, they put together in a collection of school equipment. Alright, let's poke around. We need to talk to more people then. We're missing something still. So you know when you've got everything, because that's when the class trial gets announced. Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Same as before. She won't come out. She keeps on mumbling something about genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimmy. I was getting pretty hungry.
Yeah.
But oh, don't worry. I'm going to head back as soon as I'm done eating. So it's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course. Of course? There's two things I'm sure God created. Outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. Oh, I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well,
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. She didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Don't really trust Hina. You've got the right mentality. You've got what the Monokuma wants, not really trusting that many people. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's true. It wasn't just us either. She stayed away from all of the girls. She was just shy. I don't know. She talked to all the boys all the time. It's kind of weird to be shy around your own sex. It's totally fine with the opposite. I don't think it's that weird. I struggle to talk to most blokes. Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You think so? I really saw her as that kind of girl. That was a count. Now, that was the last piece of evidence we were missing. That she gets along better with boys. Or got along, because she's not around anymore.
So, I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's the moment you've all been waiting for.
What as stupid as
The
Hina acts.
class
Hina's not the
trial.
sharpest. She's not the dumbest, but she's not the sharpest.
You remember
The
where
dumbest
to
is
meet,
Hiro, or
right?
Yashahiro. The dude with the giant hair. He is by far the biggest idiot. And that's not even me being mean. It's on a technical level. He's the only one. He's like 3 or 4 years older than everyone else, despite being in the same year, because he was held back 4 years. Like, held back 3 or 4 years. Like, he's the only one that's 21. You remember the meet,
Please
right?
go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
I bet it isn't much of a big deal. I mean, yeah, exactly. As if for me, I tend to get along with girls better than blokes. I just struggle to chat with blokes a lot of the times. My closest friends are girls, you know? Well, same to you, I just read you. See you soon. Alright, time to get ready for the second trial. It's about to begin. Red door, it's right through here. Perf.
Ahem. So is everyone ready to... What? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo,
Toko's not here.
And Toko is...
You don't remember?
Kidding, I'm just kidding. How can I forget that little nut job?
I don't make more male friends than female friends. I'm not sure I make friends with women either. No, I'm very much... I have like one or two, and I'll be nice too. Male friends that I talk to somewhat frequently that I'm pretty good with. Every single other friend in my life's a girl. It's just the nature of the beast. I just tend to have more female friends than male. Which is, there's a small sense of irony in there that I'm still single, but I'm happy to have them as friends, you know, so I don't really worry about that shit too much.
Crucial parts to class trial this time.
What are you gonna
Okie dokie,
do?
I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just 1 moment, please.
Just like that, a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him.
I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible, you're terrible. Ah, so now everyone's here, right? Okay then, I'll sit onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
So let's get going. Time to find out who really killed Chihiro. Dehya Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And the murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. Alright, any passing comments from everyone? My friends and I are part of our environment. My main issue with struggle to connect with people emotionally. And that's fair enough. Everyone has, like, we all have our cliques and our strengths and weaknesses sort of thing. If it's something you're just not that great with, it's just something you're not that great with, you know? You can't really demand or expect anything different. It's just the nature of the beast. Ready for doing this?
I will uncover the villain who performed such heinous acts on a weaker individual.
Hey Taka, where the fuck did you get to? I don't know why they could have did what they did, but I'm sure it will work itself out. Justice always prevails, right bro? Oh, he's talking to Mondo.
Miss Fujisaki, I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe.
Yeah, you speaking makes me cringe.
hey, come on.
Fucking Toko, man. What's got it? They're so worked up. I'm just gonna leave her alone then. Hey, beautiful. There's something odd about Toko's behavior. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it. Cheeky. I guess I wasn't much help in all in this one. I gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. No choice, right? We have to do this.
True.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. One last deep breath. I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. Yeah, the elevator's a little bit shorter now. We once had 13 people in here, now we have 11. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. Also, Celeste's hair's blue again. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation, until finally it came to a sudden stop.
What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting?
Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with.
Good, good. You're rip-raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay then, let's get this show on the road. Everyone please find your assigned seats.
Introvert. I was always introverted, even though I don't come across such at first glance. I mostly am introverted. It's just when I'm passionate about something, I don't shut up. And then the curtain opened once again. Time for the catchphrase that only Makoto does. I kind of miss his catchphrase in the sequels, but I get it. It's just like Makoto's thing. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Alright, firstly, we got a new skill. We got menacing focus, so our focus gauge is a bit higher. We still got melodious voice from the late Sayaka. Let's go over our evidence. So we have the file, which gives us the time of death and was found in the girls' locker room on the second floor and was a blunt object. Sakura's account was that they Chihiro never go train with them. Dumbbell had blood on it. Mondo's account is Chihiro wanted to get stronger and had a complex. Card readers, you can use your handbook. The main hall card readers had the dead in it, but one of them was broken. The Genocide Jack case file revealed that all the victims were strung up with scissors and stuck to walls. Owl's account is that Chihiro kept their distance from all the girls and seemed to do a little better with the boys. The boys' carpet has a stain on it. The locker room posters were switched. Chihiro's handbook was never found. The situation of the dead body is also kind of weird, strung up by a cord and with a blunt stain on her head. There was Sakura mentioned a stain, but it seems to be gone. A library desk lamp that should have an extension cord that is missing, and Celeste's account that she saw Chihiro before, like the night of her death. That being said, I think we're ready to go. So let's dive straight into case 2.
let's begin with a basic explanation.
And because it's a class trial, the entirety of voice is a voice acted, so I'm probably going to get outpowered again. Once again, with it being originally a PSP title, the game's loud because it had to compensate for the tiny speakers on the PSP originally. So what do? They crank the volume. They crank the volume way too much. So my volume is on 1 for sound effects and music, and 2 for voice acting, just so you guys can hear and it doesn't get outpowered by the music too much. But it's still loud. When I get my new mic is coming with a mixer, so I will be able to make myself just louder and it'll be a bit better, but still. Give my basic explanation of the class trial. Oh wait, he's talking.
Figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
And the fun part of the class trials is because it's entirely voice acted, it means I get to relax my throat a little bit and not have to do voicing, and I get to respond to you guys in chat a bit more. If it was hung by an extension cord, clearly. We'll see.
Okay then.
This case is kind of wild when you actually start figuring out what everything means.
Let's talk about the murder weapon.
First we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. That's why it's missing.
Hero's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But What kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Well, your bet is wrong. No, that's wrong. There's a bloody dumbbell in there. We can start with that.
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime?
And the rope looks less like a rope, Well, I mean, yeah, it's literally an extension cord. You can see it is.
It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
I'm just more excited to see what you theorize, because I obviously know where it goes, with it being my revisit. I'm more curious to see what you think, one man, where your deductions go, and see you have to twists and turns along the way, change your mind step, or make you narrow down your suspect list.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
Also, Kyoko is voiced by Erika Harlacher, which is Venti in Genshin, Anne in Persona 5, the AI companion in AI Somnian Files. I'm trying to think of what else would be a good example. She gets around, she does things, but yeah, Erika Harlacher. Not to be confused with Erika Lindbeck or Erika Mendez, who are also all voice actresses that are very much involved in anime scene. Because like it's the wrath of the Erikas, but whatever.
You looked at her head wound?
Mondo, Kitaka, and Sakura, mainly because of the amount of weight on the dumbbell. Yeah.
Yay! That's so creepy!
Once again, why does Hifumi have to be right next to me? Ugh.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Well, you think Hina's strong enough to lift the dumbbell? I mean, she is a professional swimmer, so you'd have to have some muscle for the pressure against water.
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to non-stop debate. You know, just because some of the tutorials are funny, I'll go sure. For this debate, oh, fucking white noise is in this case. Right, I forgot about this mechanic. Okay, so Hifumi, you're right in my effing ear. This debate, white noise is basically, some people just can't stop talking whilst they're trying to focus on the case. And so there'll be like smaller lines of dialogue coming across the screen to try and basically distract you. They kind of sort of replace this. I mean, they keep it, but they kind of replaced it with Panic Debate in V3, which I think was just a better system of making you have to pay attention to several things at once. Because Panic Debate is that 3 active discussions are going on at once. So there's 3 different lines of dialogue on screen at once. So it's just more for you to pay attention to. It's an extension of the difficulty of the non-stop debates, which is what we're doing. The true bullets will disappear if you hit these lines, so think of these obstacles in your debate. But there's a way to keep this noise from getting in your way. Press the X button to attach a silencer, which you can use to shoot down white noise. But if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit will decrease, so make sure you aim carefully. I've never had that problem. Oh, but if you actually difficulty set to gentle, if you're on easy mode, difficulty won't appear at all. And if you're on hard mode, which I am, they appear far more frequently. Just to try and mix it up a little bit, both this and Dangan 2, I'm going both of them through on mean mode, which is hard mode. Just because obviously I'm experienced with it, so it's more of a test of my knowledge and test of my memory, whilst also having the extra room for failure. Well then, good luck, have fun. Case file, the lamp and the dumbbell.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong!
To be fair, because we've got double focus, because we did Celeste's report card, I meant to say social link again, I can just hold 1 to slow down the conversation if I want to make sure I can get white noise out the way.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now.
One man. Is it really impossible, Hina? You're really like narrowing down on Hina being the suspect, aren't you?
More importantly, It outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining
To be fair, on my blind
characteristics in every
playthrough, the person I was
Genocide
most
Jack
suspicious
case.
of is Byakuya, but I'm aware that's kind of what they want you to do. They want you to be sus of Byakuya. I won't tell you if I was right or wrong, but yeah, they wanted you to be sus of Byakuya quite a lot.
The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Booblust.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
Yeah, thanks for being a perv again, Zafumi. We knew we could count on you.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
You have a characteristic? It's how they are positioned.
I got it! Apparently, in every
Fucking
genocide
God, yeah, don't get
case,
that.
the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
Dun dun dun.
No fucking way!
Mondo, no fucking
You're
way!
saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
Jesus, just throw it out there.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle. Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
Hero, if you can't enter the conversation, don't say anything, my man. It's okay, dude. I'll explain it to you later, man. Just you keep being you. It seems like a riddle in a way, but I feel like you can just about see it. Genocide Jack is Toko, but isn't Toko. What does it mean? Oh, this... Yeah, no, complete cap. This Hangman's Gambit sucks. Do you know why? Because it should be schizophrenic, but it's not. It just says you're spelling the word schizo. Keep in mind, this game came out in 2011, and when I first played it, my dyslexic ass brain got caught up in this. Actually, hang on, dyslexia brain kicking in. Hang on, S C, and then would it be so or zo? Oh, there is a Z. I was about to say, and then we need an O. Told ya.
Now I understand. Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
At the same time, though, if they asked you to spell schizophrenia in Hangman's Gambit, that would be even worse for me as a dyslexic. That would be even worse for me. That would have been even harder. I would have had to pause the game and just bring up Google.
I think I read that somewhere in the file, too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
Perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
Her behavior changed. She fainted. She arrived late. Yeah, her arriving late is what gave it away. No, his behavior changed.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
Attribute a lack of homophobia to dissociative identity disorder. You know, that is a discussion this game won't have. This game, some of its writing is unfortunately, so I had to whack my mic a little there, is unfortunately a subject of its time. The first game's worse than it than the second. The second game has its moments as well, but you can tell this game was written in like 2009, came out in 2010, and was translated in like 2011, 2012. Because there are parts of it that are not the nicest or not the most acceptable thing that they just kind of write about. Because it was even a decade ago things changed.
That's right. think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's
2001,
corpse,
diagnosed.
and then,
Fair enough.
when she woke up...
I'm fine. Oh, is that dead boy? Hey, you dead? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. What is a front and a back, a top, inning, and a bottom to see a truth in a web of lies? This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How? Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation.
Hasn't tracked no Byakuya about the promise. Oh, yeah.
She told me a most interesting story.
You're closer to the mark than you realize here.
She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
And there's that promise.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I could listen to Byakuya talk to me all day. You know why? Because he reminds me so much of Seto goddamn Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like a distant relative of Kaiba. He gives me such a Kaiba vibe at times.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person you don't mean...
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom. In the next second... Oh, here we go.
Well, hello there. Is it me you were hoping to see?
Also, I like that the subtitle is Genocide Jill. Kaiba's a freaking psychopath. I mean, wasn't he? Kinda. I'm kidding.
What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko, that's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's fault.
Murderous mind, sound, and murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
It was narcissistic, just not psychopathic. You can tell where he put Mokuba, and I mentioned he respected Pharaoh. Yeah, true. He had his moments, but yeah. It was mostly just, yeah, I get you. Anyway, that's Genocide Jill. And crazily enough, the actual active serial killer is absolutely not the killer because it's way too early in the case, so you already know it can't be legit. It was a little lie. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Also, Toko/Genocide Jill. The name slips my mind. She is the same voice actress that was the original voice actress for Noir in Neptunia and is the current voice actress of Chie in Persona 4. It's the OG voice before the new one took over in V2. And V2R, sorry.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you. I am the mastermind of all masterminds.
Aaron Fitzgerald, that was it.
Just kidding.
It's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid! And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster!
Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said, I need to get more details about all of this. And doubt Byakuya. Death, states of a dead body in a disappearing stain. You know, I'm glad it's only 3 bullets at a time, because going into Dangan 2, and it's like, okay, 9 bullets, which one's the correct evidence? You're like, oh, fuck. You have to think about it.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
I think it stays in a dead body.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that...
Because it's to do with the cord, I had to think for a second. And because you can pause and it not affect the time limit, you can just do that to think.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
Oh, that's focus mode, by the way. Slowing down so I can make sure I hit the shot. Well, did you see how just for 2 seconds it used like half the bar? Yeah, that's why you're getting the bonus from Celeste is helpful, because it just goes when you use it.
I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky
worry about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense.
It's a copycat killing. That's what she's trying to say.
There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Yeah, firstly, the one that was split, that you've been split like spoon-fed, and the one that's not so obvious. The difference between the murders is the victim's injury.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different.
Come on, I only got one thing wrong on case 1. Can I redeem it and get a clean case in this one and get it perfect? That'd be nice. I've been only like a third of the way, even that, through this case, so we've got to wait ages to go yet.
According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Weird analogy, but sure, I'll take it.
Please stop comparing killing.
Yeah, you and Hero is like, please stop doing that. It's kind of weird.
So, are you saying another difference has to do with how the pie was arranged?
What was used? Where is it? There it is. I just went blind for a second. I was like, where's what was used? Because it was the cord. Our new cord wasn't just going to say there because it hasn't brought the evidence list yet.
They used some kind of rope to hang her up by
No, okay,
her wrists.
Makoto, sorry, you don't have to say some kind of rope. You can just say a cord.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement.
Just gonna throw it out there. Genocide Jill uses her own specially designed scissors for all of her crimes. Does she specially design them herself? Because if she has a professional do it, there's your track to, or buy them from someone, there's your track to how she got caught. How does she never get caught after killing so many victims? And additionally, if she's using her own specially designed scissors, where's she getting all these scissors from? Has there never been a report of someone buying a suspiciously large scissor collection of scissors? Huh?
Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's 2 differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac.
Big Mac?
Are you referring to me? Why am I Big Mac?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There's a pattern surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. I think I figured it out. I know why she couldn't have killed Chihiro. It's because Chihiro was a girl.
I got it! Is it because
Genocide Jill only kills
Chihiro
boys.
was a girl?
Bingo, bullseye, right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
I'm now in love with Jonas with the Big Mac nickname. I'm dead. It's a great nickname. Like I said, the first game has a thing with nicknames. A lot of characters get nicknames, but in the sequel, they kind of tone that down a bit. Outside of Nekamaru getting nicknamed Mechamaru because he's like a fucking war mech. And even then, that's only one character that calls him that nickname. Everyone else just still calls him Nekamaru. It's just Chihiro, being a gamer at heart, compares him to a mech, so calls him Mechamaru. Byakuya also dissociative identity disorder, and Byakuya is Jack, aka Jack and Jill. Oh, you think? Anyway, Ken Harder. Yeah, I'm not reading all his names again. They're all men.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men.
Also, Genocide Jill, she doesn't kill men as a sexist crime. Well, I mean, it kind of is. She doesn't kill them out of, like, man-hating. She kills them because she falls in love with them. So, Byakuya, fucking run. Get the hell out of there. People she falls for are the people she kills.
I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl! And the movie side of me just hates it! But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So, since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles?
Please, stop comparing murder to food! Thanks for Jack the Ripper.
Too much passion and conviction to cross that line! That's the absolute reality of a one and only!
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely. When you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly cur?
I think that's the first time we've seen actual surprise on Byakuya. I don't know, now she's starting to charm me.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Yeah, because to be honest, Toko, you don't look like the type that would be strong enough to lift a big dumbbell.
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
She's fully equipped!
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong, you can you gutter dogs, all of you! Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway!
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
I kind of feel for Taka, because Taka's sitting there like, all she's doing is explaining in deep detail that she's a serial killer with a hyper-precise way of killing, is a complete fiend that is like a mass murderer and whatnot. But all of it is proving she didn't kill this one person. It's like, you would be sitting there like, this is... come on!
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal, and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. Pick someone. Where are you, you fuck?
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents.
It works. I mean, yeah, if it proves you're innocent of the case in question, that's important, sure. And it's all genuinely in this room, so it's not like you're, you know, gonna get arrested for all the others.
Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Then, the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
Oh, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it! The adorable glasses man was behind it all! Oh, I'm on fire!
Now, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
You know when I said the very first hint was before we actually found the body? That's what they're referring to. And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? How did he know they were suspicious? Huh? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker room. Let's start with the girls' locker room. And why did he want to start with the girls' locker room?
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
But how could you have known?
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
Are you fucking stupid? How could you have known?
Strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
Yeah, gladly, you smug prick. There was a clear contradiction in what Byakuya had just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. You're in a non-stop debate. Yeah, sure, what is it this time? Next we're going to add something called a true flashback. You make a weak spot and hold down triangle, then you'll memorize that weak spot. Your memorized phrase can be shot once as a single... Oh, right, this. I forgot about this. I forgot about this. Alright, this is where... Honestly, this is where I'm going to start to get undone. Because this is where I usually start fucking up. Basically, some statements you can pick up. Instead of using evidence, you can literally use people's statements against them. Have you used a flashback feature as many times as you want? If you don't seem to have an answer to a lie, contradiction, or load of truth bullets, you might as well memorize a different weak spot and use it to make your case. The best one to use a flashback? Well, you have to use your own keen wits, won't you? In that case, though, I'll say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Yet the narrator's saying, hey, look, you're not going to get anywhere. What button was it? Hold triangle, okay. Just to remind myself. Good luck and have fun. Yeah, cause it's just to make it a point. Is
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room...
Yeah, alright, well, here for me. I don't care what you have to say.
That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl.
Gotcha.
No, what's wrong?
Alright, that one's the gimmicks, it's a tutorial, but I guarantee you, I'm gonna get them wrong later on.
Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. So Con, he's acting like he has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it.
Oh, thanks for joining in, Kyoko, giving us a little hint.
We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Yeah, hint, hint. Think a bit harder on this specific thing.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
The differences between this case and the other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible for it is hidden in there. What could it be? The bottom two mean nothing to what's currently talking about in the case.
What? The difference
So it has to be Library Desk Lamp. So it's probably just going to be saying, hey.
When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
You sure about that?
No, that's wrong.
We think you have.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension
cord. We got you, bitch. Except there's more to this case yet. We're like a little past the halfway point. We got a while yet.
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
He's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. It's like he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Sure. Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait. What was that just now? Something's not right. Byakuya's remarks just now. There's something in there that concerns me. Yeah, how did it happen in the girls' locker room?
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown. She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? And the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up until now. Maybe Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Hey, don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Oh, happily. I've got loads. Or as I whack my mic. So we've got some posters, and we've got the carpet.
I got it!
Literally, the entire crime scene happened in the boys' changing room, and it was entirely moved into the girls'.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel.
Makoto, big-boobed supermodel.
Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker room. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
Okay, because we don't phrase it like that yet. Big boob, like her jugs were massive, like I could just put my head in there, like they were so goddamn big on this poster. Yeah, alright Makoto, we get it.
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet, but I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away, it was moved. Oh, do I pick the disappearing oh no, I'd pick the actual stain, wouldn't I? Because I have to point out where it is, not that it's gone. So it's that, right?
I got it!
Yeah.
The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device, but Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have got into the boys' locker room somehow? And the music changes to getting closer to the truth.
Is it really possible?
It's like, okay, then explain yourself.
Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook.
No, she's not.
She was the ultimate programmer after all.
I mean, yeah, but you're off the wrong beat.
Would have been no problem for her.
Then why would she have done it, though?
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, Hero had spotted that the spare handbooks had ended up in the main hall as well.
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible.
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Sakura's like, wow, you're really that? Okay.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room, and Byakuya's the one that did it? Really? Still, I don't know what else I can
Hold on
do.
a second.
It's alright, Kyoko actually she warned us about this, and we didn't listen as intently as she wanted us to, because we're, you know, civil people.
I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the... You finally decide to open your mouth, and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What? What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was... as Distrust starts playing that track again, which is basically just Kyoko's theme.
Girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
Okay, so maybe anyone other than Hifumi.
No way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
It's okay, he's out of here anyway.
Probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
Yeah, Taka's got like, yeah, no.
It's not that I'm freaked out or anything, it's just...
Based on religious grounds? Alright, hero. You can just say I'm not touching a girl's dead body. That's just kind of,
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about? That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will
Yeah, like
solve
Kyoko knows. She's just like, make sure you check everything.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this...
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is...
Is what?
Is a boy!
There's the big twist. Chihiro's crisis and self-doubt is that she, or he, or they were born male. And so Monokuma, being the little fuck he was, her ebook would only work on the male locker, which is why she had no desire to go into any of them and stay away from it, because that was her secret. And I will still refer to her as her because it's how she presented herself and how she wanted to be known as, you know?
I see. So,
Even if this game's like over a decade old and so obviously didn't have that kind of, you know, didn't have that kind of forward understanding. Anyway, yeah, but, you know, for anyone else who wasn't aware kind of thing, I like to go like, ta-da, there's a surprise.
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
But since we know that Chihiro was registered male, there are a lot of things in the case that can be rearranged and reworked to make more sense of it.
oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat.
Of course you did. That's why you set it up on the e-handbook to be that way.
Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
He was a cross-dresser? Oh, no, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
Alright, and now we're back in the class trial like nothing happened. Let's resume where we left off.
Let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think that Chihiro was actually a guy, thought it never crossed even my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd.
Just admit you didn't know that. Just admit you missed that bit, and now the case is going a different direction from what you suspected. Just admit it, you've been caught, bitch.
I knew he felt a little off. There was a
now my
certain
suspicion's on Mondo.
incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
Don't. Jill. Oh, God.
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting.
Jill is like everything, lol. Well, she's one of the two main characters in the spin-off Ultra Despair Girls. Well, technically, because it's Toko, but Toko has both personalities.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro.
Yeah, and here's the important distinction. Byakuya didn't kill Chihiro, but he was involved. He was the one that arranged the death to make it look like Genocide Jack did it. But the body was already in the girl's room, probably just lying on the floor. He just did his own spin on it to make it more interesting.
But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
Someone who killed him and Byakuya covered it. Sort of.
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
You arrogant... You motherfucker...
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girl's
And there's his confession, so to speak. He didn't kill them, but he did fuck around to try to make things a bit more interesting.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling
also,
you the truth.
I like that Byakuya won't swear. I like how he won't swear. Like, Mondo's like, you fucking with us? He's like, no, I'm not effing with you. It's like, come on. He's too classy for that.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
No, I'm sorry, Hero. Have you not been listening the past few minutes?
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility.
Thanks, best girl. I knew I could count on you.
Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Thanks, other best girl. I knew I could count on you.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Thanks. No, you're just following the herd.
Do you not have a mind of your own? Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
What's that, one man? Are you suspecting Hero now?
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
That's an interesting way of referring to it, Byakuya. But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who is the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can know for sure about the killer, is that the killer has to be a guy. Since the crime scene was in the boys' locker room, you need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But it's still not enough. I need to find more clues. It's the case of interesting analogies. We've already used the lamp and stain, so it has to be the account.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, a single clue. Just saying Celeste's account there wouldn't make sense, so no, I will avoid that for now, because I'm really adamant I want to try and get a perfect record. I think I can do this. We need to like mention, if we're going to bring up Celeste, actually, if we're going to bring up Celeste's account, we need someone to say something along the lines of, no one saw Chihiro.
Did nobody get a look at the killer?
Oh, here we go. As speaking of shall get deliver.
If someone saw the killer, they would have said something.
Well, Celeste had no reason to, so no, she didn't.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that.
Yeah, hint, hint. You should be looking for Celeste's account.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
Gotcha.
No, it's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes. I did see him.
And it's like, oh, yes, right, that bit.
Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this.
Also, the reason why I said Makoto's name wrong earlier, it's entirely Celeste's fault, because she says Makoto, and it just threw me off. She separates the sounds when she speaks, because she's too elegant, I guess.
The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
Well, yeah, probably. The point is that I usually say Makoto, and it's like she's the only person that says Makoto that separates it out.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, I better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry, but why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
All I'm getting is I respect Celeste VA more now. Fair enough.
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much, enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
Oh, a marvelous friendship!
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Yeah, the reason why Kyoko's not spelling it out for us is because she doesn't actually have a solid answer. She's bullshitting a little bit, and that's your hint here where she says it. What she's saying is the pieces are there enough that if we keep on talking about that discussion and talk about those points, someone will slip up. Someone will give something away that will let this move on, probably the killer. So just keep talking about it and see where it goes. But she can't outright just say, let's talk about it and the killer will give themselves away, because then the killer will be super cautious about everything they say. That's why she's being so vague. She's making it so someone keeps talking and eventually accidentally says something that reveals himself. Which also means you're now at your last opportunity, for anyone watching. The very next thing will be the deciding factor that completely gives away who the killer is. So, who is your final suspect? Who do you think is the killer?
Easy for you to say, but fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket? The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from.
And it highlights the words decent variety because it's another thing that will help you break apart the conversation later on. Just keep decent variety in mind. If there's a variety of tracksuits, people wouldn't be able to guess specific details on them unless they knew what it was in advance.
Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow, it's really hard to believe. And you gotta be hyper fucking precise with this. You're using Celeste's account again, but you gotta know a specific detail. Or a specific lack of a detail, which isn't the easiest to notice. Let me bring it up and show you what I mean. Chihiro was spotted leaving the warehouse. She seemed to be stuffing some blue exercise clothes in a duffel bag. Presumably she was on the way to exercise, but the clothes were not found at the crime scene. Celeste not told anyone other than Makoto about this encounter. When we brought up the account, what specific thing in this... I feel like a teacher, like testing the kid. What specific thing did Celeste not mention? She didn't mention the colour of the clothes. She mentioned that there were clothes in it, she didn't mention they were blue. She only told us they were blue. So if anyone else brings up their blue, why do they know that? How do they know that? The moment someone says the word blue, you know who your killer is, because they literally just confess without realising. Keep that in mind, and that will reveal the killer for you.
We know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
Game over, Mondo.
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
You a good guess, one man. You were right earlier. You said Mondo earlier, and then you deterred from it.
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
And there's actually been several other hints throughout the case that have given away that it's Mondo, or that Mondo knew more than he was letting on. And we're going to go through them now as we start to break down this argument. Oh, wait, that's not voice. I should really say that. Hang on. I saw him in a tracking suit into a duffel bag, and then I assume he headed off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket.
I'm going to doubt my own instincts. Yeah, rely on them. It's okay. Case 3's killer is so fucking obvious. It's a reason why people say it's the worst case in the game. So don't worry about it. When we get to case 3, whatever your first guess is will be right. I can almost guarantee you. It was the fact that it said Joe wanted to get stronger. You're close. It was that paragraph, but it wasn't that sentence. It was actually, slight spoilers, I guess. The very first word, he referred to Chihiro as a dude. He went, the dudes, blah blah blah. That was the giveaway. He already knew she was a he. On underrated faucet.
So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
To be fair, this is like the first one that can kind of catch you a little bit, because you've got to be on the ball to notice that detail. It's the first actual real like test, but that's why I remembered it so much, because I remember going, hang on a minute, what do you mean? I don't remember them ever saying blue.
What are you
in the blind playthrough, like I genuinely went, how do you know? Like I literally went all on Mondo in that moment.
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Then my instincts hooked onto the Chihiro to get stronger. It implicated him because he's the only one who could have done it environmentally. Yeah, so you're on the right thing, and it's still a good hint that got you there. It's not the hint we're going to use, but it's that is one of them. So the hint we're going to use is the fact that he referred to Chihiro as dude.
Because I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point.
And of course, Taka, this is his bro that he had that super bond with, so he's going to defend Mondo. So now we've got two people to basically fight against here to try and prove our point.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died. That's the only possibility.
Cherry?
Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
she stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
When Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure
Stop falling in love with the serial killer, one man.
If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
I really hope, one man, you get to see some of the Danganronpa 2 streams to get there, because even though you don't like the games, I think some of the characters in 2, I think you're going to really enjoy from how you're responding to the characters in this game, because the second game's cast is my first personal favourite, but some of them are real fucking good. I can't stress enough.
It would appear you dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it. To put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
Oh god, wait, don't put it back on me. No, wait, you talked, right? Yeah, right, we pushed her. Yeah, and she grins.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off.
She grins, it's like, ah.
Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently.
Because I just talked about it, but I wasn't expecting her to put me on the spot like that. I was like, oh.
You only call guys dudes. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, You happened to refer to him as Dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You didn't notice such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No. I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah! He would never do something like that! This is a false accusation!
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was vast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
Please, Ifumi, never speak like that again. Please don't ever.
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then, here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
Well, on the ground then it must belong to... It's Chihiro's.
We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed.
Yeah, alright, Hifumi, welcome your confidence back into the room. Like, where is it? Can it not sit still, huh? Is it like jumping in and out the door? Come on.
I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
Yes, but knowing this, when we're trying to implicate Mondo, we need to think about past events involving Mondo that could show how Mondo discovered a way to break them, what the weakness of the file is. I said earlier that the very second you realise what it is that broke the handbook is the very second the entire case is solved. The moment you know how the handbook broke, the murderer is completely revealed. Every single piece of the puzzle is completely exposed. The sauna. Yep, you're on it. It's not heat-proof.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall.
And the moment you think about that, you realise who got undressed and who didn't in the sauna challenge. Taka did get undressed, so his handbook would have been outside the sauna. Mondo didn't, so his handbook was still on him. So he discovered by accident during that it breaks the handbooks. And just like that, we've narrowed it down to one.
For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
By hitting its weak point.
You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was. But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession,
then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example? Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak
point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break.
Basically, if it overheats, it's gone.
I flippin' knew it.
Did you, Hifumi?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
So the handbook that Hifumi has might actually be Mondo's, because he disposed of that one. And whilst Chihiro's is probably the busted one that's in the shelves in the main hall, which means the Leon's one, the only missing one that's unaccounted for, was the one Mondo used to get into the boys' changing room, which would make sense because it all ties together, because it means Mondo knew about where they were getting, you know, recycled to the X handbooks. Everything pins Mondo in a corner now.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
We know one.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa! Seriously?
Yes.
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
And Taka knows who it is, and he doesn't want to admit it. Look, he might have brought their handbook into the sauna. Really, it could only be one person. Oh, Taka, look at that poor guy.
Here's my answer.
We got you, Mondo.
Your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Because it's the truth, Taka. I'm sorry. I know we just like your bro's a killer.
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago. Remember?
Yeah, no one else could forget it because it, the result of it was them constantly going, bro, 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 bro.
And for the contest,
and for it,
Mondo
kept his uniform on. Taka didn't.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never... I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, I don't want to believe it either. But I found something that proves beyond the shadow of a doubt. Oh, now it's up to 5. Final test. And of course the music changes to Hope versus Despair because we've got the killer.
If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Really? Turn it on then. What name's on it? It should be Leon's.
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall. Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
And Taka's still the one mainly on defense. Like, Mondo's starting to give up a little bit. But Taka's like, no, it's bullshit.
I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
It wasn't loaned. Leon wasn't alive to loan it. It was borrowed.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student.
Which also means Mondo was smarter than he let on, because he was aware of that, either he was so stupid he forgot about that rule, or he was smart enough to spot the loophole.
It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch!
Yeah, that doesn't sound like someone who, is innocent.
What's wrong, bro? Come on!
Oh, Taka.
Wrong. You are wrong! You have to be wrong! Everything you just said is wrong!
And of course, Taka won't take it at all.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this?
And of course, we need to do our closing argument, which is where I screwed up last time, so you know it's where I'm going to screw up this time.
Become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
And then afterwards, we got the rhythm game. And then we're done. Alright. Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse with a duffel bag. And pointed out what was in it. There's something everyone has that you need to get into the locker room. I think. Which locker room did she go into? The boys. The weapon the killer used. It was before the kill happened, so yeah. As the murder took place, blood splattered onto something, the carpet. Or the poster. I'm gonna go poster. To disguise the truth, the killer switched around the carpet as well as... Which locker room did the killer move to? Gets something from the other locker room and switched it at the scene of the crime. That's what might get the fuck up. That's him putting it up. That's it taking down, right? I hope. The crime scene was complete. And then Byakuya fucking came in. That was, what was it that Byakuya brought to the murder scene? Tied her up. What did he use to disguise what had happened? He wrote. So let me just double check there's something else that fits. No. Where did the killer go after they were done? To the sauna. And when Hamburg got thrown into the sauna room, what happened to it? It broke. Alright, let's see if I'm on the ball.
The killer is you! First, let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste...
Hot damn, Celeste, what a pose! Fuck!
At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
Damn it! Alright, what was wrong with that one? I thought it was that because it was in the hand. No, it was... beeping it then?
You!
Says Jojo, let's go this. Alright, let's try that again. Well, for both cases of the first two, I got as far as the closing argument and then fucked up. Because there's some vagueness with the closing arguments. They get better with it in the later games, of it not being as vague, because it's easier for you to be more precise in figuring it out. But in the first game, some of them feel kind of vague or similar, so sometimes you just make those mistakes and you have to accept them.
She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there, and the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried.
Okay, good, we got that the right way round. I thought so. One looks like taking off and the other looked like putting up.
Then, removing the bloody poster, and finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course, but this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks have been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch.
And then the trouble arrived.
But no, Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Arata?
Oh, Taka, no, you don't keep arguing against me on this. You just gotta accept it.
Yeah. Where's your evidence?
We just proved it all. What the fuck do you mean, where's your evidence?
You need evidence. You need proof.
We've done that. It's just you just can't accept that your bro's a baddie. Now is that Mondo's the killer? It revealed itself earlier in the trial. All I have to do is check that one item of his, and it will become clear. New element to BTBs. Let's go. What is it this time? It'll be about fever time and negative time. During a BTB, if you press R1. Oh, I never use this because I'm too much of a Chad. I mean, no, okay. It's basically if the rhythm game's too hard, you can make it easier using R1 by making it that the game won't punish you for your mistakes when you're in fever time. But the opponent also has negative time where you'll try and make it harder for you. But fever time will also completely remove negative time if you use it, so there's more reasons to use it, but you'll be fine. If you have the rhythm in your head, you're fine. And that's all you need. The moment you have the rhythm in your head, you're unstoppable. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. You can press X triangle, however you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. But they only last till your focus gauge runs out. You better make the best use of it. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if only you got access to special times, right? So you also prepare something called negative time that your opponent can use. If the opponent activates negative time during BTB, your tempo marker will disappear, basically meaning you have to have the rhythm in your head because there won't be any kind of visual cue. And because I don't look at it anyway, I actually just do the rhythm because I play rhythm games. That's never bothered me. I don't think it ever caught us out. I think it caught us out a little bit with like a longer one later in the game, but that was it in my blind run. Yeah, I'd like feed time at this point. No, never mind. Sure, nothing would happen. Don't know what I was worried about. And that's it saying, hey, if you want to like equal out their negative time, you can use fever time then. Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the opponent won't use negative time. Good luck, have fun. Alright, time to start with the rhythm game. Which once it starts off at 160. Actually, no, it's slower than 160, isn't it? You see, the rhythm's there, and you just X aims, triangle shoots. He's up the tempo.
Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt.
I'm what? Saka. Oh, you gotta accept this. I can do this all day. I don't need any fever time. Your negative mode's not gonna stop me. I know the rhythm. Gotcha, bitch.
Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
Like I said, I play rhythm games, so I just get the rhythm in my head and I'm fine. I don't need the pointer, so I don't even look at it. Once I have the rhythm, I'm fine.
Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's.
And yes, I will humble brag that. I think I've earned the right.
In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that,
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I did it. I killed him.
Out of a possible 1,100 points, I got 1,081. I think it was because of time and technique, because I wasn't destroying the white noise as much, and also that one mistake didn't help. But 118 coins that we can then burn on the shop, and an A rank.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up. Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank! Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What?
Uh-oh. This time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was Mondo Owada. In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
I refuse to believe it. There's no way he would kill someone. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Why? Why did you do it?
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence. So allow me to explain on his behalf. The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can just hit the circle to fast forward the text. This little bitch. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak even though you're a boy. He heard things like that for as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and bury himself further and further into that weakness. To take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out.
Now nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy.
But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him, and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear, instead it only grew stronger and stronger.
I'm weak.
Weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, and the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair. My voice is starting to give out.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't even want to talk about it right now. Yeah, because it wasn't just the fact that he was going to announce it to this group that Chihiro, was dressing as the opposite gender, whatever. It was the fact that it was going to be broadcast to the world. No one wants their transition or anything even remotely resembling that broadcast to the fucking world. Trust me, I know. But I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. But Chihiro showed strength because they wanted to try. So I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone.
Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
To get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough that when someone says, even though you're a boy, it'll be okay, I'll get better.
With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made commitment, sorry, I'm trying to tell my story, it's getting a bit late. To begin exercising, he was prepared to retain his mind and body, but sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at all.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help, but he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to,
the person who reached out to Chihiro to try and comfort him or her at the very end of the last case, was Mondo.
Yeah, that's right.
It was me.
Yup, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were, so Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mundo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to.
Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. And he went and asked Mondo to help him. Chihiro didn't say that. That's Monokuma. That's a translation error.
So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he made to Chihiro. Did what? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room to the girls'?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think that was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret? Because if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? And Mondo did all that to keep the promise he made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed. Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you?
Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed. That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone. It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat
How many times
myself.
must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standards is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it.
Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? The embarrassing memory, the secret you didn't want anyone to know. You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Ugh. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraffs across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Dehya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. He was because of Dehya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated, once again, tired, getting late, him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of a starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the characteristic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang, and before anyone knew it, he had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Dehya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for Dehya, huh? Dehya created the gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All they'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of all the other members of the gang. Which is why...
I
gotta get stronger. Stronger than Dehya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes, I gotta come out on top.
And on that night, in his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. And during that race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words.
My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry.
Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Dehya never blamed him for what happened.
Hey, kid. The rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Interesting how Mondo's story is parallel yet diametrically opposite to Chihiro's. Yeah, that's... I don't mean to spell it out, but yeah, that's deliberate. That's the writers being clever. Because it's the team, you and me put together. It's a promise between men.
He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother, he could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Dehya was gonna lose to that kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation of what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother. I'm
just...
strong. 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 Literally, Chihiro was going weak. And yet, as soon as our killing game began, he realized no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then, the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out, since it would be broadcast to the world, the secret. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. It wouldn't have just been his own life that would have been damaged for it. It would have damaged every member of his gang. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I'd been carrying around, it would have been for nothing. So that's why I... Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness. It just started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before. I just didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm
sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Huh? Because, I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, You're right, but
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. Which obviously struck a chord with Mondo directly. His words were like a knife to my gut. I felt like I was exposing the lie. He was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong. It can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should be able to tell you my secret? Huh? I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I never had. I was jealous of him, and that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I am. I'm strong. You fucking with me right now.
No.
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? Was I supposed to sit back, let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's
wrong? Why do you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face? No, I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I am strong. Strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a
Stronger than
bitch.
Dehya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand. I was just staring at him down on the ground. Hey. I killed him.
I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness that lived in the heart like his and turned him cold-blooded. God damn it.
Look at him! You see, you're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory, and for that he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? Because I sure don't.
You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again, I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say many times as I want, is what I want to say, but unfortunately I can't do that right now because it's time for punishing is fast approaching.
Punishing? You mean execution?
That's what I promised, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Hold on!
Now then, I prepared for very special punishment for Mundo Awada, the ultimate biker gang leader.
No, wait!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's...
Punishment time!
I said wait!
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Time for the second execution. And what do we next get to save? The end of this live stream. It's gonna end up being another 5 hours. God damn it. Doing a whole case of stream was probably not my smartest idea, but oh well. This one's kind of fun. In a demented way. Because all the executions are based on the character. He's the ultimate biker gang leader, and he died in a biking accident. And his brother died in a biking accident which sent him on this path, and so it's all symbolic of that. Fucking Monokuma with the damn hair. And I have to keep talking to try and make it harder for copyright claims to happen. Because as I keep on saying, and will keep on enforcing, they reuse this in the anime. All the executions are reused in the anime, and the anime will now claim these as scenes from the anime, which is utter bullshit. The anime company will treat this as an anime scene, so we'll try and claim this. However, if I keep talking, it makes it a little bit more awkward for them, so maybe it will get let loose. There was one killing in the first game that I was mostly quiet for, and it was the only one that was claimed, which is why I use that as my basis. And it's not just the fact that it gets claimed, it's the fact that it gets blocked in certain countries as a result. So there's some of these streams you might not get to watch depending on where you are. So I try and make more of a point of it as Mondo meets his terrible end. Because essentially the bike went so damn fast, when he finally fell off it and hit the metal grating, he got like grated like cheese. He was just slashed to pieces, which is why there's nothing left. Which was then converted into this Mondo butter, just for, you know, a shit joke. Well, it's just because, you know, Monokuma's evil. And that's the end of Mondo. And now for the real biggest scream. I said earlier that the best scream, the actual proper scream, is from Taka, but it wasn't at that point. No, it's coming up.
Laugh at death and your soul will forever be at peace.
It can't be. My brother. Another murder. And another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. God damn it, I keep on muting my mic, so I don't know when line's going to be that. I want you to hear this poor fucker's scream. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. And there it is. God, it goes straight into my soul every time. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were forced to realize once again. But he, of course he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game. Byakuya. You're completely insane. You know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death, and it chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule too? That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which and when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. What? You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
You say that you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning.
That's right.
Indeed. But if I had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, it was a waste of time to have the answers revealed right at the very beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene? But damn, man, if we hadn't figured out who would have really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously, I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. The Archaea turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment. Once I decide to become blackened, I know who I'll have to watch out for. What?
Correct.
So that was your reason. He wanted to, yeah, his whole purpose, it wasn't that he's a fucking psycho, it's because he wanted to basically threat identify. So when he does kill, he needs to know who to be wary of, assuming he doesn't just come for us. And so by doing that, and that's the same reason why he dragged us around for the whole investigation, he's threat identified. He knows Kyoko and I are both threats, because we're the ones that we figured this shit out. So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next?
You...
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is why? Do you like them?
But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All the punishment, all the despair is my gift to mankind itself.
You're over-exaggerating.
I'm not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
What do you mean?
Mean? Mean? Mean. Mean. Good grief, I don't understand why you have to pick apart every stupid little thing.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ah, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. Oh, I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Just let me say this. After I've achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand? In the name of the Tagami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
Oh, so cool. You're like the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Oh, temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap.
Monokuma's laughter pealed across the courtroom, and the curtain closed in the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it was like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair. Meanwhile...
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now. So just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh. My. You really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
And that ends the second chapter / case of the game. Tomorrow we'll be tackling what's widely regarded as the weakest case of this game, Case 3. And it's entirely because the culprit is so painfully obvious. Like, I figured it out like almost instantly, but we'll get to that when we get to that. We got Mondo's jacket as a prize. And I will be saving. And that's going to mark the end of this live stream, because I'm also going to give my voice a fucking break. I love voicing Monokuma, but why does it do a number? So, as always... Oh, and after tomorrow's stream, we're back on Riser 2, because it's only going to be for free streams right now, and then back on the schedule next week we'll get more Dangan. So tomorrow will be Case 3, and then Thursday we'll be back on Riser 2, just a heads up. It will also be good to give my voice a break, because no character in the Riser games, or in Atelier games, have been real difficult to voice. Whilst in this, because I want to be, like, not accurate, but vaguely close to some of them go, like, gritty, and my throat can only do it for so long. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Case 3 of Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. Thank you so much for watching.